Good Saturday morning, SWTOR. Glad to have you with us for another Extra Life stream. Today we are going to be tackling 7.5 story on the Imperial side. We're going to take a look at progress on the Basilisk droid, and we're also going to look at the next story chunk of the Spring Abundance Festival. So we're going to get through all of those things, mostly the story, but we'll start here on Zax, as we tend to do. So over the last week, I don't think I was at level 5 yet in the last stream, but I've made no progress here. But let's kind of talk about the changes for level 5. So obviously we've filled in these chunks, so we've repaired the droid, the Basilisk droid. So now what we're looking to do is we are looking to get some updates, upgrades. I'm not 100% sure. I'm trying not to read ahead into this, but let's look at the difference. First difference, there's 6 items now instead of 3. There still seems to be a support, a tank, and a DPS, but you'll notice they're a lot different. Instead of having 4 things in them, there's only 2, and they are just to research the next thing. So I don't know if that upgrades it. We're gonna go test that today. I think I can do 2 with the currency we have. One of the things about the currency we're gonna notice here, capped out on the weeklies, and I capped these out just by turning in the ones that I had left over from last week. So I haven't run anything this week, and I'm capped out. And even beyond that, I have extra. So last week I earned enough modules. I was also doing the heroics. So these come from the heroics. So they give a whole chunk, right? They give a chunk of everything. Let's see, let's go back down. So they give a defense, support, combat, and a prototype data. So I'm not going to cash those in. I'm just going to sit on them. Also, you'll notice I'm starting to save up missions. So on the defense side, I've got Manon, Meksha, Oricon, Rishi, Runic, Section X. We've got a Makeb. We've got another Makeb. For the DPS, we've got the Kessen's Landing, Meksha, Runic, another Makeb, Makeb, and Makeb for heals. These are the ones that are just stored in my bank. I don't care for Makeb. That's why I've got them stuck there at the end. While we're in here, we'll also look at, I went ahead and cashed in Spring Abundance ribbons for the second set of armor. So that's the first set down there. Here's the second set, as well as one of the weapons. Really all I have left are a couple of the weapons, and we've actually cashed in everything from the Spring Abundance Festival. So that's an update there. You'll notice I have some missions in here. We've got an Iocath, CZ, CZ, Black Hole, and Black Hole. So let's go back here, because in addition to the upgrades, they have now added these things. So I've got a CZ-198, we have got the Black Hole, and we've got Iocath. And on those, we have to collect data fragments. That's a new thing. We've got to do 5 missions on each one. So 5 CZs, 5 Black Holes, 5 Iocaths. And then we upload that to the terminal, and then that's just the combination. So this is a slightly different thing. 5 missions instead of 4. Collecting these data fragments. From what I understand, those just drop off of enemies. So I'm hoping that won't be too rare of a thing. So let's go ahead and jump over to Runic, and we'll take a look to see if upgrading the droid does anything. Because like I said, I think I have enough to do 2 of them. I think I'm too short. I think I've got 48 out of 50 on one of them. So that'll be a next week thing. Although I'm not going to get through all 15 of those missions, I don't think, in a week. Partly because I just don't have the missions. I don't have enough of them, training modules. So I think what the idea is, you're going to be capped out on data. And that's the other thing I'm wanting to do before I go any farther, is I want to hit these instead of just being at the weekly cap, actually having these capped out as well, so that I can kind of do whatever I want. And then what I'll do is I'll spend down from the 200 whatever the weekly cap would fill me back up, and I'll show you why there. So let's go into the lab. And then we're going to do the upgrade. I'm going to try to see if it makes any difference. Or what changes. I'm not 100% sure what will change. Also, you can collect this memory chip on every character that you have. So if you have alts, so like that one there, is going to cap me out, right? Like, so I've collected 10 memory chips. That was my 10th one. You can see it says we hit 10. Same thing here. I'm going to try to get these close to cap. So we're at 14 now. We're going to spend one right here, though. So we're going to go ahead and get our droid again. We'll go ahead and give him a nice, give her a nice pet. And then we'll spend our memory chip. This will also give us a training module. Now, when I leveled this last time, when I leveled Bessie last time, I actually got a black hole, an Iocath, and a CZ. So that is either very, very lucky, or they did that on purpose. I'm going to assume they did that on purpose. So that's another thing that I'll probably end up doing, is I'll just spend memory chips, even whether I'm going to use Bessie or not. So for instance, like you'll notice that I now have Bessie for an hour. If I go ahead and dismiss Bessie, I can spend another chip, and so I could just burn through chips to get training modules, right, if you want to. So that is another strategy. And then the other thing is, once we get this data capped out, so let's talk about that a little bit. So once I'm at the 200, 200, 200, and 600, then what I can do is, let's say because we use these for upgrades at the terminal. But let's say this week I'm probably not going to upgrade anything else because I just don't have enough data. But let's say I did. I'd save that amount, but if I'm close to hitting if I'm at my 200 cap, and let's say I'm at 50 of 100 for my weekly progress, I could come over here and say, okay, support systems, we need to spend 50 because we're just going to fill it back up. Right, so I could grab here 10 support, so I could buy 5 of these training modules, burn that down, then turn in my things, get it back up to the cap, and probably just bounce against that cap all the time. And just harvest training modules off of here, keep them in my inventory so that as things come in the future, we'll have the right things. So that's kind of the strategy or the plan on that. Hey, Geeky. Sorry, I missed your chat. Yeah, things are going great. Are you streaming today? And if you are, what are you streaming today? All right, let's see what our training module is. We got a Rishi and another CZ. I think we've got CZ covered here. Let's see. We've got Iocath, 1 CZ, 2 CZs, 3 CZs. I guess it's to 4. Although I don't think I could do that in a day. There's not enough missions. It'd be 8 missions. So it'd be a multi-day task. And then this one we'll store this up. Because in the future, I don't know. Like I said, haven't looked forward. And I don't know if anybody knows. But when I have to do one of these, this Rishi, I want to have a bunch of Rishi missions available. So, okay, so that is that. So the next thing we want to look at, let's look at our data. He said, I think I need 50. So it looks like heals, I only have 48. But I do have 50 defense. So this says research high boost charge. Now I'm going to assume that's one of these. Oh, let's put the old girl in tank mode here. So there's high boost charge. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to screenshot that so that I have a reference to it. Let's see, screenshots. All right. right, I'm going to move that down over on a different monitor so I can see it. Okay, so high boost charge, 20,917 to 20,947. Heals 25% of the damage dealt. We're going to look ahead here. Reactive plating, 11,005. I think I can remember that. Okay, so we're going to come over here, and we're going to look at upgrading high boost charge. So that's the task for here. So we click in here. Okay, come on. There we go. Sometimes my mouse, I've got it set so sensitive that I'll move. So here's where you upload the CZ, the black hole, the IOCath, and then here's our research high boost charge. Notice it says it has a cost. The cost is 50 prototype data, which I have 116. And 50 defense systems, which we're going to use up. And so this is why I'm not buying modules yet. I want to try to get these caps up. But again, once we do this upgrade, I don't think, let's look. Upload CZ198. Oh, that's interesting. So it costs you, that one says defense, black hole, support. I hadn't looked at this yet. And so IOCath is going to be combat. Okay, so it's going to cost you 50 to do those. So if you think about it, what we're looking at here is 100 for this level, for level 5. We're looking at 100 of each. Right? So 100 defense, 100 heals, and 100 combat. And then 51, 52, 50, 300 total on the prototype. So that's level 5. So anything above that, until I finish level 5, I can spend on upgrade modules, or training modules. Okay, let's say research high boost charge. We're going to go ahead and say yes. The terminal whirls, processing data. All right, so these aren't achievements, but they are an update here. Now again, for this level, this is just, you do this thing, and then the top one always seems to be the do everything else in the list. Okay, so high boost charge has been updated. I don't see any differences here. We've made a little bit of progress there. Now the question is high boost charge. Okay, so this went from 20,917 to 25,000. Sorry, had to mute. Sneeze came upon me. So if we're looking at, here we go. Oh, can I roll over both of these at the same time? Doesn't look like it. That's okay. So 25,029 compared to 20,917. All right, so what it's looking like is maybe every level they'll have one of these where, so, okay, cool. No, this changed as well. So notice now, instead of being the repair the system filled in all of our skills. Now we're on upgrade system. So we've upgraded high boost charge. There's 4 more. So it's just going to be an upgrade. So levels 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are going to be upgrades, I would guess. Leaves us 10 and 11 at the end for something potentially different. All right, so while we're here, we might as well go ahead and look at shockwave generator. Now, I'm not going to bother to screenshot this, and since we know it works, we're just going to try to remember. 22... We got 458 to 22,479. So same thing here. I love figuring out the systems as we go. It's fun to actually see some of the stuff that you haven't seen before. So shockwave generator. Again, we'll spend our 50 data. And we are now... Holy cow. It went from 22 to 26. So this is interesting. I I don't know. We'll have to compare these to, let's see, 26,898. Let's go ahead and grab. Oh, let's grab an original companion.
Ready.
Put Eric in damage mode here. So 26,913 for Eric.
Yes, sir.
Now, I don't know these map directly, but 26,898 for Arkin. So there's a little bit of difference.
Farewell for now.
Yeah.
We're at 26,898. So 26,898 to 26,920 was Galt.
Great. I needed a drink.
Ready.
Look at that top number. 926. So Eric's got a little bit more damage.
I'm gone.
I'm honored.
Back to that 898 to 920. So there's some consistency there.
We will meet again.
We're going to check something here. Zoom's always supposed to have been a better healer, but we'll see if it makes any difference in DPS. A little bit, 894 to 924. So, but they're all like within that range, right? And so now if we look at Bessie, Bessie is 898 to 920. So basically, the first version of these are probably weaker. So let's look at the second slot. So Shatter Missile, we've got 23,664.
I'm honored.
So this is 34,000 for Arkin.
Good to go.
34,000 for
Yes, sir.
Eric.
What's up?
34. So I'm looking at a lot of
Great. I needed a
34s.
drink.
I'll have to do some digging. It'll be interesting if I can find. These are all exhaustive shots. So far, they've all been the same. If I can find a companion that has the same names, we'll use that as our future comparison. Exhaustive shot.
Watch your back.
We good?
Yeah, that seems to be the same. So here's the question. If this is exhaustive shot, 34,355.
I need
Eric was running a little heavy.
Go.
34. No, that one's the same. Okay, let's see. Let's go grab M1. M1 would be
Moving out.
potentially similar to Bessie.
Reporting for duty.
Okay, so he has different names. So this one's actually less. 28,629. Deployed toxic canister. Also sunders for 45 seconds. So it could be different. This is probably something I should explore at some point. Do the other ones sunder or not?
Good to go.
Yeah, the sunder is still there. So less damage with old M1. Maybe I'll have to quit running M1. Okay, enough exploration there. So basically, the next task, and we're not going to do this probably on stream, will be just to start grinding these things out. The thing is like I'm sitting right now this week. I'll get some of these done, but I'm done. I can't earn any more currency. I'm capped. And so all I can really do is farm. You know, I'll probably spend some of these memory chips, at least 3, because I can get 10 next week. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll spend another memory chip just so I can show you. Again, so since Bessie is not current, I can just come in here. I can say take out for training, spend my memory chip, and there we go. Oh, that's kind of cool. Didn't automatically spawn. Notice it reset my timer though.
Sir.
Right. So if you have Bessie out, I can just dismiss Bessie. Spend a memory chip. And so this is probably what I'll have to do some weeks. It'll just be farm these out. Again, just until we hit these caps. I'm going to keep one just in case I need to use Bessie for something. But now we can go ahead and say, okay, give me training modules. So that gives us 4. That was a pretty good one. We got an Osis, an Onderon, an Iocath, which I think we need. So we'll throw that down there. And another Osis. What I should do is we've got CZ, Black Hole. So let's put these in alphabetical order. Black Hole, CZ, Iocath, Iocath, Black Hole, CZ, CZ, Mr. CZ, and another Iocath. And then we'll throw that one up there. Okay, so we've got 2 black holes, CZ, 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 and we've got Iocath, Iocath, Iocath. So we need 5. And then I'll store these. Oh, what the heck. Let's spend one more. See if we can at least get 5 of any of them. Now, it's not giving us, I don't think, a preference. I think these are just random. This is almost like the gambling nightlife event. What are you going to give me? All right, another Osis. Oh, we got another Iocath. So we are at 4 Iocath, 4 CZs, and 2 black holes. Not too bad. All right, so that kind of is where we're at with the Basilisk training droid. Again, not a lot to do now. So it is supposed to be a long-term endeavor. Let's put our game developer hat on here a little bit. I'm for that. I think having longer-term goals is not just like I can finish this in a week and everything is done, is a good thing. What I don't want to say I'm mad. I'm okay. The fact that the long-term goal is, it feels artificial to just be like, well, we're just going to cap you so you can't make progress, right? Like, I'm kind of stuck at this point. I could spend these 48, and I might do that just to try to get these all down to being somewhat equal. I don't know. But I could spend these 48 systems. Well, I still need to spend the 50, so I probably won't, to get the more modules, right? I'm just going to have to farm out these modules. I'm going to end up having, I think, these plus the ones that you get, like every time you finish one of these missions, so 15 of these, you also get one of these researches, plus if you do the heroic, I'm going to have so many of these just sitting in my inventory that we're going to be capped all the time. I do believe so. So that's my, I guess, only criticism of the system so far. I like the long-termness of it. I like what they're doing with it. I don't like that it feels like we're being artificially blocked from progress just because of this, not because it's difficult. But that's a minor quibble. We're not going to get too upset about that. All right. Let's move on to something a little bit different here. While we're loading that up, we'll remind everybody we do play every Saturday for a charity called Extra Life. Extra Life is a organization that uses gaming and game streamers to raise money for the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. So you'll find the donation link in the chat or the description down below. If you click on that, it'll take you to my personal profile page where you can click on donate and do a one-time donation. You can do a monthly donation. You can donate 24/7. There's no limit. Doesn't have to happen during the stream. But if you can't donate, that's fine. Just hang out with us. Like, shares, subscribes are always appreciated. Also share to social media. If you have friends that you think might enjoy helping sick kids, share my link with them because you get the assist that way. And that's good Star Wars karma. Okay, a couple other updates. First off, you'll notice I haven't made a lot of progress in Galactic Seasons this week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think I've done one. Just been busy. And that one just happens because I log in every day and cycle my characters. So I'm going to have to grind through some of these. Really all we're looking to do now, though, is we need to do 8 more missions. So this week and next week we'll cut that. And then here, We've got what? 100 and let's see, what do we owe? 150, 341, 42, something like that, if I'm doing the math right, of these fragments. Once we get those, we're done. We still have 44 days to do it, so we're no issues there. So, okay. The other thing that is going on right now is the Spring Abundance Festival, which is on Dantooine. To get there, you have to travel to the Blue Groves, not to the Dantooine Daily area, or Bilba Groves. Sorry, Bilba. Since I'm already there, I can just use my exit area, and it doesn't cost me anything. So we'll do that. So I've been doing the weeklies. I've got multiple characters that I've been doing this on. And like I said, I have not capped out, but I have essentially, I'm 2 weapons short of collecting everything that can be done here. I've saved 3 of the story mission. So we'll take a look at that. So I've got this Home on the Strange mission. I've done this on Zaximus, so I've seen it. But there is a light side, dark side, and neutral version. So we're going to run through all 3 today. These are the dailies. Once you get the weeklies done, you can do these every day. And we'll talk about what those are. So one is to just keep making pies. You can make a pie every day. What's funny is you have to learn the secrets every day. I've cooked this same pie dozens of times, but that's okay. I cooked that one just because the pickup for this is close. So then I grab my first ingredient, then we have to get other ingredients. I have Blizz out here on purpose. One of the things here is to dance, and I think it's awesome. Your companion will dance with you. You'll notice that this person, they didn't have a stream going to their companion. If you start dancing on a speeder, your companion will come out and dance with you, but they don't get the little stream. If they're out when you start dancing, then they'll get their own little stream. I just think it's pseudo adorable to see little Blizz dancing there, so we'll keep our eye on Blizz. This is just a timed thing. It's a minute and a half. While that's going on, let's go ahead and take a look at the achievements for the Spring Abundance Festival. Should be in events. So I'm 92% done. Like I said, I've already done the story mission, so that one's done. We're at 360 of 395 here. There's a broken achievement that I think will slot in right here. This is to pet a creature being Dark 5. This is to pet a creature multiple times. There's a light side version here that does not seem to be working. So that is missing. So that'll take us to 365. Then the other thing that we're missing, so the other 30 here, is next week will be to get the seeds from Dantooine. So each week has just been a different location. So we'll get that one next week, and then that'll finish that, and we're done here. We are 25 short here as well, which means I have everything here. The only thing I'm missing is a secret achievement to catch the void fish or the void something or other. I've been reading up on that one. There's some, or we finished dancing. There's some ideas that you don't have to use the big circles and stuff like that. We'll talk about that when we go over to void fishing. Okay, so we knocked that mission out, and then we'll go back, the right direction. There we go. Then the second thing I normally do is I pop back in here, since we now have our ingredient. And the other reason I always pick this pie is all of the ingredients I need for it are right here at the front. They're easy to get. And then I just rinse and repeat this every day. Again, I don't know if I'm going to do this much next week. I'll knock out the rest of the achievements. So we grab our little pie and we cook it. This is also a timer, but it's much shorter. It's 11 seconds. We'll check our currency while we're doing that. So we have 3,813 ribbons that we can spend. So I'm going to be capped out on ribbons without anything left to buy. While we come out here, we'll check the vendor. This is where you spend your ribbons. So we have one of each of the decorations. So we've got all of those. That's the first set of armor. It's one of the speeders. I can't remember. Are the speeders? I know the armor isn't in collections. What's this one called? Farmhand. Let's see. Mounts. Doesn't look like it. Yep, I don't see it. So if I wanted that speeder on other characters, I guess I could spend it there. These weapons I haven't found in collections. The titles I believe are, though. So like this title is... well, that's a legacy title, so it doesn't matter. What about the mud pups? Marshland mud pup. Marsh. Nope, don't see it in there. And again, I checked the armor earlier today. It's not there. Again, more decorations, which we have. Another mount. Here we go. So, title, Crop Destroyer. Let's see. Titles. Okay, I thought I found the... Oh, no, what it was... They were titles that I found, these here, I found on the vendor. When I was spending my, these Galactic Seasons tokens, because I was capped out. These are here, so I can unlock those for my whole legacy. So that's the thing. If you have some of these things, the mounts or any of the items that you want on multiple characters, you could actually start to spend your things that way as well. Hey, how you doing, Kyler? Good to have you with us. So I've collected everything except this pistol and the sniper rifle. So I'll probably grab those on a character at some point. They're not anything that I'm just like, I must have, so I'm not overly worried about it. They're okay looking, but nothing crazy. So essentially, we've purchased everything. I do wish these were... two things. One, collections would be great, but also notice that they're bind on pickup, which means once a character has them, like I have these on Zax, if I want this on another character, I have to buy it on another character. Again, we're so over the caps and stuff. Oh, we need to put our pie out here that we baked. There we go. Yeah, you logged in for Star Wars, you got pie baking. That's what we do. Alright, so then we're going to go check the fishing thing. So, the story says, go check out your farm. One thing we're going to look at here, I don't think there's any over here. No, that all looks pretty clean. One of the things about the story, if you remember when we first started playing this, is we have these little corruption-y, dark-sidey things going on, right? Ooh, it's scary. Okay, so that triggered the conversation, so we'll go ahead and listen to this. Alright. So that's what we call the good old classic Herald quest. So we went here, and then we got contacted on our holo call. And now remember that cave that we looked at, I think last week, of like, this is going to be something in the future? That's where that cave's at. Before we do that, though, we'll go ahead and go look at the fishing. Again, notice we still have corruption. There's corruption in here as well. So we grab a beverage, we turn on some tunes, and we sit down. So I've keybound all of this now. So that's a medium, right? So what I've been doing is everybody who has gotten this Void Fish achievement has stated they've gotten it by doing these large circles. So what I normally do is I center myself here, and I just wait for large circles. There's one. You can get to a large circle in 2 moves, and that's about how long they last. So that's why I center myself here, because I'm only ever 2 moves away from a circle. Because I now have them on keyboard shortcuts, it does go a little bit quicker, as opposed to just clicking on everything. The second one missed there, but that's okay. And so this is it. This is kind of what I have left to do. And I'll do this. I'll keep doing this on all of my characters until I get the achievement. I did read somewhere somebody was saying is once you finish this, if you don't get it, hopefully we might just start doing all of them just so this goes a little quicker. But okay, this is gonna be close. 1, 2, 3. Can I get it? Yep. And like these I probably wouldn't have gotten on the key without the keyboard. Oh, I didn't get that one. 2, 3. It's gonna disappear. Nope, we got that one. Yeah, what I hope they do, like this is the only place that this happens. So now that they have this system, right? So when we talk about systems design is just taking the idea and implementing it, right? And building out so there's a movement system here, there's the fishing system, there's the circle spawn system, there's all these little elements that they have now put together to make this work. Also, if you notice, even it's a 3x3 grid, right? You've got three rows, 3 columns. You can even see it in the texturing, right? I don't know if that was on purpose, but essentially that's your board, your 3x3 board. Okay, so if we take this whole system now to add content to a game, now that you've built this and this works, now anywhere there's water, you could set up, a way to do this where you walk up, you click on an item, much like we did here, spawns the mini game, and you could add a bunch of achievements. You could add a longer term thing to fish across the galaxy, right? Fished on every planet, or caught. You could have rare fish on every planet, or again, every planet where there is water. But even on Tatooine in this game, there's a couple oases. Catching a rare Tatooine fish. Ooh, this is gonna be close. I went the wrong way. So that's what I'm hoping for. It's not the most exciting. I wish the way they did what you catch was different. Like each time here, you just see it says we've caught a fish. There's nothing in my inventory. It's not like I'm catching each one. The droid is catching them. And so the droid is collecting it. So the droid has 15 fish in there. I think there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 if you count the secret void fish achievement. Okay. So we got our 15 fish. The droid went over there. We now come over here and we collect. Now, I'm only going to get 1 fish. So the way they've got it set up is there's a non-rare and a rare version for each of the circle sizes. So this is the non-rare large circle fish. Excuse me. There's a non-rare small and a rare small, a non-rare medium and a rare medium, and a non-rare large and a rare large. And then there's this weird void fish, which I haven't been able to do yet. Now, I'm going to go ahead and just finish this because I'm not overly concerned yet. But if I get into next week and still haven't popped that achievement, what people are saying is, okay, well, you did it. You didn't get what you wanted. Pop in here, go to the mission, which is zap a fish. If we walk outside here, walk outside the instance, there we go. I can just reset this and do it again. And like people are saying that they've gotten the achievement within an hour or 2 of doing that. I'm hoping. Okay, so then what this is we are now putting the fish back into the pond. So we repopulated our fish, so it goes away. And those have no value. I've went and checked the vendors. They're 0 value. So, and now the instance is done. So yeah, I think there's opportunity there. You could take that same system and move it into other planets and do some stuff with it. So I'm hoping. Fishing in MMOs is a very common thing. So okay, so there is our instance. Right now we can't go into it, but if we get down here where it says to go investigate, now we can go inside the cave. So as we get close to this, there's just a rock wall. There's not much in here. Just a small little cave. Notice that there are remnants of explosives here. We can do examine cave. There's a little crack there you can see through. Foreboding sounds issue from beyond the rubble. The cave-in appears to be recent. There are remnants of explosive canisters nearby. The same explosives could be used to clear a path. Alright, let's go check that out. Okay, so what I've been doing is I usually just go grab that one because it's close. There's one over here. If you remember, we were talking, I think it was last week, where we were exploring the area, and I'm like, okay, these poorly hidden explosives, that seems like something we're going to use, right? So we're going to grab one of these. And then back to the cave we go. So notice that just from a development standpoint, the reason they put what we're doing here inside the instance is we can change the parameters of this space for each individual depending on what stage they're on. So the first stage, I walked up here and there was a trigger box. That trigger box popped up the little temporary examine or explore. Second time I come in here, because I'm on a different phase of the quest, it created this as a light up interactable object. There's no danger. We're going to stand right on top of the explosions. That's right, you can't hurt us. Alright. So that opens up the cave. Now again, the map was there. We knew there was stuff back there. Oh, what do we got? This is on heals. Could probably do this without heals, but yeah, let's all go attack this thing. This is scaled. I think there is a minimum level. It's like 25 or something like that they want you to be at to do this. Actually, I think it says in here. Let's look at our latest updates. 15. So this would scale up if you wanted to do that. You could also, if you were struggling, you could kind of cheese the system a little bit. I know on the other instances, I put an alt character in that was lower level than me, and it would spawn creatures that were at their level. So let's say I was grouped up with a level 15. They could come in here and spawn this stuff, and then I could join their instance, and the creatures would be level 15, and I'd be level 80, and we would just destroy them. It wouldn't even be close. So if you are having trouble getting past content that's level locked like that, you can do that. Alright, so it's saying defeat the Relic Guardian. Now if you remember back, there was a decoration, which is like a Sith relic that's actually on the vendor. So a little spoilery, because we hadn't got to this part of the... Ooh, my heat's cracked my heat up. There we go. Drop our heat down. Got a little ambitious. Probably didn't let it cool down from all the area attacks. They burn you. Burn your heat. Alright. Where am I at on Conquest Commendations? Yeah, 3,500. I'm going to have to cache those in here. Alright, so we come back in here. So there's our Sith relic. Again, we have a decoration of that. So this will be our neutral playthrough. So I've already gone through all these conversations and another character. Your choice here is 1 or 2. 3 just gives you a little bit of extra conversation flavor text. Alright. So I can go, I don't know what it is, something old made out of stone. It's a relic of some kind, whatever it is, it's old with runes etched on it. They both give you the same answer.
Rundi kapal tsotapa, bubande baka morishanata. Inakma no ya nevuta. Chu balawawuni kupatom titok makichisa.
And that's it for that conversation. So we come up to the relic. Now the relic is interactable. Oh, sorry. I'll get to your question there in a minute. Kyler, I missed it. You think? The guy that sold us the farm for free? Okay, so here are my choices. We can destroy the relic. We can send the cave's location to Juna Helus so she can study the relic. Or we can proudly display the Sith relic on our new farm. We're going to do all three. I've only done 2. I did that on Zaxxmas, so we're going to do 2 on this one. Then I've got Palan, who's all light side, and Bellatricus, who's dark side. But for my bounty hunter, he's like, maybe I'll get some extra credits by passing this on to somebody else. I deal in not only bounties, but information. Okay, so now we have to go back and talk to the guy who gave us the farm for free. But I think this is already true. Notice now... Oh, nope. The dark side corruptions are still there. Okay. They eventually go away. Spoiler alert. But that might come after this conversation. So, let's see. What's the difference between the circle sizes, or is just indicating how long a big? Yeah, so they give different fish. So a normal fish and a rare fish. The big circles last the least. So it's about 2 to 3 moves you can get to a big circle. The mediums seem to be about 4 or 5, and the small ones are like 6 to 7. Other than that, I haven't noticed a difference. There's a different achievement for each of the fish types. So if we look at the... I wish these were searchable. Those are baking pies. So here we've got the toe manglers, which is a rare small fish. So you only get those from the small circles. This is a rare medium fish. You only get those from the medium. And a rare large fish. You only get those from the large. Other than that, it's not really a whole lot of anything. Okay, let's wrap this quest up. All right, we'll do a little exploration here, and then on the next 2, we'll just go through what we think is. I like 2, so we'll do 2 first. You completely lied to me about this farm circumstance. I want compensation. You got the place for free. So here's where he kind of explains out. He had a side hustle going. Just mining stuff, so he accidentally came upon it. So it's his fault. All right, so all of these essentially feel like they do a similar thing. I didn't see a lot of differences between them. So, you learned a valuable lesson. You're a menace. Leave Dantooine. Get out of my sight. 2 and 4 are similar. You're lucky I came along. So like, I'm gonna leave when the festival's done. Is that one? So again, we'll get the same kind of explanation of what happened. Then here, I'll leave as soon as the festival's done. So that takes you to the same spot. Hey, how you doing? Good to have you with us. And then this one. And then again, you get the explanation of why he did it. We'll use one here. So you get kind of thanked there. Glad you have the farm now and not me. Oh, you too, my friend. Happy Father's Day. I pseudo forget it's happening. Okay, so let's see. Do you have any idea what you're doing with a huge mistake? Completely lied to me. We'll go with that one for the bounty hunter. We'll go with 1 for light and 2 or 3 for dark. You're lucky I came along when I did. I think we'll do that with Palan. Get out of my sight. Hope you learned a valuable lesson meddling things you don't understand. That feels like we'll do that with Bellatricus. You're a mess. Leave Dantooine now before you really hurt somebody. If I ever see you again, you'll regret it. That feels bounty hunter. I haven't done this one yet, so let's see what that one does. Yep, so that's the same line. I don't think this really, this is more flavor. Yep, that's the same line as the you're lucky I came along as well. So not a lot of differences there. The other question people are wondering is what's this area going to be when the festival's over? Like, are we still going to be able to come back here? Is there going to be anything here? Yeah, we made conquest. Alright, so now we pop over here. You'll notice that the corruption parts are gone. Also, there's corruptions on the inside of these. Those are gone as well. So, evidently, her studying the artifact, or us killing the guardian, I'm not sure, cleaned up the farm. So this, like, from here over, this is the farm, and this is the spring abundance. So it'll be interesting to see if this part you can still access when the event's not going on. Okay, we're going to do a little currency maintenance here, because we are now at 3,700 tech fragments, and if I make conquest on another character, we're going to be close to capping out there. So I'll show you what I've been doing with my currencies. So with my tech fragments, now that I have all the armor, all my characters' armor upgrades done, what I've been doing is buying old armor sets and saving up operation currency. And I'll show you what we do there. All right, so I think it's at the top here. So we're going to scoot up here. Actually, on this character, I might not have access to the... Let's go see. Let's go see if the Kai Zyken conversation. So there used to be a vendor over here named Kai Zyken. He was like right here. Yeah, it's now the Merchant of Mystery. Ooh, that's annoying. So Kai Zyken every week had like things you could buy, rare items, crafting recipes and stuff like that. I don't know. Let's see. What would that be? Oh, so it's set bonus. So we'll talk about what the name means. So S3T BNS, set bonus. So remember that. Kai Zyken. Yeah, it's a this kind of neck ring thing is an interesting. The Gree droids are this way as well, I think, on Coruscant. So basically, this is just some flavor text explaining where the Kai Zyken vendor went. the truth of the matter is they changed the system. It's annoying. So there used to be a system where you had these gear sets, and you would get the gear sets as random drops, as armor. They had set bonuses, all kinds of stuff going on. So if we look at this vendor now, so again, you can see it's called Set Bonus Vendor. So here's a gear set. I don't know. I can't look inside of them. But essentially what they are is, under my retired achievements, there's this equipment set. And what would happen is you could actually get all the pieces from random drops, and you get a title. And then each of these had set bonuses on them. Set bonuses, I don't think I have one on this character. Yeah, they would just give you perks. Well, what happened is they changed the whole set bonus system over to this. They added in the tacticals at some point, so that also does it. You get a little bit from your relics, but they changed that whole system. They also cap out at 75, level 75. And so you had this whole gearing system and the Kaizaiken vendor and everything going on that was based off that. But people, when they announced that they were going to get rid of this, people were like, well, I was trying to get the title. I want the title. I like the gear, the way the gear looks. And so what they've done is for 10,000 tech fragments and the credits, you can buy these gear sets. So what I've been doing is with extra tech fragments is I just come up here. You'll notice that like that one's done. So I need 1, 2, 3 more for the trooper. This one doesn't seem to be on the vendor. That could just be a glitch. I'm not sure. So I'm just going to work my way through here. Notice I've only got 1 done on them, 1 there. I think only 1. Nope, we got 2 done there. And then in the general category, I'm a few pieces short. Like I'm 2 pieces short there. So that's what I'm going to do. Like 1. The only downside is, like, if I get this one, I'm going to have to buy the whole set just for the 1 piece, because these don't drop anymore. Okay, so that's what I do with my tech fragments. I do give them props for creating a whole story around the fact that they just changed the system, and that's why they had to do it. So here we've got our Conquest Gear Vendor. On here, we're going to see that I can change over my Conquest commendations. I can buy tech fragments if I wanted to. So 200 for 200, straight swap there. If I wanted flashpoint gear, I can spend 500 to get 400. Or if I want operations gear, I can spend 2,000 to get 175. Not the best exchange rate in the world, but I don't run operations. And so what that does is, you'll notice I now have, I'm up to 806
Come again.
operations. So I can come over here now, and I can buy purple gear. So flashpoint gear is blue, normal conquest gear is green, and the game reloaded. There we go. And this is purple. So there is a blue set, but if we come down here, we've got purple set. So what I've done so far is I'm just looking at things like this. Like on Zaximus, I have a 344, and that's the other thing. This goes up to 344. We'll let the announcement stop there. So I've got a 344 earpiece. The next thing I'm probably going to do is buy relics. So I'll put a couple of 344 relics in. And I think it costs me about 650 of the currency to go to buy it and upgrade it all the way to 344. So that's what I'm doing with my currencies. Just going to slowly grind that out. Now, you can use any gear for any gear. They have slightly different priorities. Like the green sets, the stats are lower. Let's go back to Zax here real quick. So the stats are lower. Two, the stat distribution is a little bit different. So if I remember right, the green gear tends to have more endurance, which raises your health, than the flashpoint gear does, right? And the reason behind that is if you're using the green gear, you're probably playing solo a lot. And so having a little bit more health, the content's not that hard. Whereas if you're starting to get into flashpoint, and this is for the DPS gear, obviously it would be a little bit different for the others. Whereas if you're DPSing in flashpoints or in operations, you're going to want more damage but less protection because you've got a tank and a healer and all that kind of stuff. So the distributions are a little bit different. And then the distributions are actually less. Oh, this won't be an apples to apples comparison, but we'll take a look at it real quick. So if I come in here and I look at my earpiece, what do I have? I've got so they're both. So you can look here. Again, we're comparing a 340 green to a 344 purple. But you can see, look at the difference in power, right? Like a lot more power. Actually, no, that's part of that's because of the augment as well. But you can see that I have a critical augment. So 26 more accuracy. The endurance would be a little bit. Let's see how much more endurance. Okay, so this will be a good example. So on this green piece, I have 1,583 endurance. On my purple piece, I have 1,656, but 144 of that is coming from the augment. So if I took that 144 off, this purple 344 would have less endurance than the green one does. Because if you look, I've only got 73 more endurance. So it would be, 71? If I'm doing the math right. Something like that. So I would have 71 less endurance on my purple piece than I would on my green. Because the stat distributions is just slightly different. So really, unless you're doing really, really hardcore content, you're not going to notice any difference. So here's a blue one. Right, so if we look at our green has 1191 mastery. This has 1223 mastery, so it's more effective in your damage. This has 1583 endurance. This has 1525, so less endurance. We've got 614 accuracy, so the same there, and then 823 power to 865. So from going from green to blue, you're giving up endurance, so you're giving up health, but you're gaining damage. So let's do this. We'll go ahead and open this up. So if we look at how this kind of affects us, ignore those numbers there because we went from our purple. But once he's reset. Okay, so if I go to the blue, notice my damage went up, my support went up, but my survivability went down. Right? Like I'm giving up a little bit for the sake of group content and stuff like that. Okay, hopefully that made sense. I don't know if it did or not. But anyway, you can use the gear wherever you want. There's no you have to have this gear to run this content. The only thing you will run into, especially if you're doing the harder level operations, if you showed up with not even 340 green gear and they're trying to do a nightmare operations, one, picking those up would probably be hard, but two, even if you're doing it in a guild, they would be like, you have to get your gear level up. And so a lot of guilds will run multiple operations groups. They'll have groups that are kind of working towards doing nightmare mode stuff, but they're gearing their characters up. Because again, if I was running operations, I would also be getting that currency. Right? And so I'd get this a lot quicker and I could gear my guys up. I may have to spend it though, because I'm only 400 away from capping that out. All right, hopefully that made sense. All right, let's go ahead and see the light side and dark side versions of this, which I have not seen yet. So these will be new for me. Let's do dark side first. Let's get Bellatrix. And I'm saying dark side. I don't know if it actually gives you light side or dark side points, but one was display the Sith relic and one was destroy it. So they felt light side or dark side. Yeah, this is probably for this game in particular, I don't know, the 5th or 6th gearing theory that they've gone through. The only other thing, hold on a second, I got a sneeze coming. Oh, sorry. The only other difference that exists is for PvP. There's an accuracy stat. And for DPS, I think it's just for DPS, really. If you're doing like operation or flashpoint content, your bosses can have essentially a defensive rating that makes it so that you can miss them, even if you have 100% accuracy. So what you want is Kitty Cat Puss in Boots. That's a good name. What you want is 110% accuracy, which sounds weird, but the extra 10% negates their bonus, so you get back to 100% accuracy. And so that's for PvE content. In PvP, accuracy makes no difference. And so, while we're talking about this, let's go ahead and jump back to Zax, because I have Zax set up this way. Because if I'm going to PvP, that's the character I'm going to PvP on. And so what I've done is, again, whether you want to call it min-maxing or just systems exploration, I've set this character up so that I've got 2 different modes he runs in. All right, so let's look at his gear again. Okay, so this is my... actually, we can go back to that inventory. So this is my PvE setup. And what I have, and I don't know if it's active right now. It is not. Okay, so we'll take a look at this. So if I look at my accuracy, my accuracy is set. So right now it is an extra 9.4%, right? So that's going to take me to 109.4%. I'm going to go ahead and come over here and pop my accuracy stim. So there I'm 110.15%. So I'm set up in order to do PvE content here. Now, if I go into PvP, I could PvP with this gear. There's nothing that says I wouldn't. But those extra stats, so if we look here, I've got accuracy, so there's 614 accuracy there. There's another, where else do I have them stashed away at? I think up here. There's another 614 accuracy. If you look at the enhancements, there's another 614 accuracy. And then I've got 640 accuracy here, plus the stim is 240 accuracy. All of those stats could be put elsewhere, right? And so what I've done is I've got a loadout here. I've got my gunnery PvE. Well, I've got gunnery PvP, which is broken right now, so we'll fix it here in a second. If you look, this is going to be the same. I'm going to go ahead and activate this. So my skills are the same, but I can come in here and change my tree, which I have a little bit. And if I come back here to my gear, so we want that one. That should be yep, that's my critical one. I've updated these since I last PvP'd. Okay, so we're back to 340. But now if you look, my accuracy, I've got a 2% bonus from something, but that shouldn't be from any of my gear. We'll look. Maybe I've got a wrong piece on somewhere. But all of the stats have now been reallocated to like critical and different things like that. Let's look and see, make sure I haven't screwed any of these up. So that's my accuracy. That's accuracy. Yeah, it might just be oh no, it's what's left over from my stim. So this is my accuracy sim. So now if I'm in a PvP, I'm going to come over here and I've got this stim, which gives me more mastery and power, or that's my adrenal. Do I have another stim? Adrenal. Yeah, I think it's just that one. So we're going to do that one. And so now if we come in here and look, my accuracy is at 1%. That's just a bonus you get. That's not anything as part of my gear. And so now I can PvP. Now what I've done is I've min-maxed this to the point where I only have to change these 3 pieces of gear and my earpiece and then I re-stim. So, you know, these 4 pieces of gear are all I swap out, and I've balanced everything else out so that swapping those 4 gives me my choices, right? So if I come back to here, so those have all swapped out. So one of those is not correct. Let's look. Oh no, I forgot to apply it. There we go. Activate. So now I've got all my PvP pieces here. We redo our accuracy stim. And now we have set our stats back to 110.15%. So that's about the only difference. Used to be in the old version, there was a whole nother stat. Oh, what was it called? It's not precision. I thought it started with a P. But it was kind of a PvP effectiveness stat. And so you would have completely separate sets of gear for PvP because you wanted to maximize that. Yeah, you can use the same gear. Sorry, I don't know how long ago you asked that question. Like I said, I switch out 4 pieces of gear just to drop the accuracy. But if you were lightly PvPing, you could just run your accuracy gear. You just miss out on a little bit of a damage bonus or something like that. Okay, we're not going to do all the dailies. We're just going to grab the top mission there. So anybody who's serious about PvP, though, they would min-max that, right? Because that's a couple thousand points, 3,000 or 4,000 points of accuracy that I could put into critical and different things like that and be more effective. All right, so this will be the exact same conversation. So we're just going to blast through that. Really all we're after now is to see what happens if you display the relic or destroy the relic. Everything else will be the same. Ooh, with Pilon, we might try to see if we can get past that while it loads. I doubt it. There should be some kind of a blocking volume or an invisible wall there, but we'll see. We'll see if we can break the game. All right. Got stuck on something there. Then, like I said, I've either been running over to that one or this one. They're probably about the same distance away. I've done this on a few characters. I think I have 8. Oh, we didn't get by the walls. Yeah, I would say it probably was. Like that time, I got there pretty close to the spawn, but let's see if we can round up the... See if my tank can hold aggro better than my DPS. Also, I'm not running a healer, so she won't be pulling healer aggro. Oh, another thing that I don't know if anybody noticed, but when I switch to PvP mode, I also have a different cosmetic outfit. That way I kind of know which mode I'm in. So I PvP in a different set of gear than I PvE in, just so there's a visual indication for me to know which one I'm currently doing. Alright, so this guy has a pretty good knockback, so what we're going to do is we're going to see if we can wedge ourselves up against the wall here. There we go. I think we just avoided it. So none of this combat is hard, it's just... It's more story combat. So again, same thing here. Like on this character, you're going to notice that I don't have Well, I have 11% accuracy, but I have no gear accuracy on this character. It's a tank bonus that you get that'll get you up above the level. What's that gear? Yeah, I think this guy just been dropping random gear. All right, same thing. Oops, these are the exact same conversations, so we're just going to skip them.
Alright,
so that was the same conversation. All right, this one I'm probably the most excited about because it says proudly display on your farm. I'm wondering what if it's actually going to show it. So proudly display the Sith relic on your farm. No dark side points. I actually thought you'd get dark side points for doing that. A little disappointed in that. Alright, so we are going to do a little exploration before we go turn in the quest. See if this thing has shown up anywhere. You would think it would be in the non-instance area. Oh, there it is. I put it in the barn, evidently. So there's my Sith relic. We'll check on Palan, but I'm pretty sure it won't be there on my other characters. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to destroy it on my light side Jedi, but... Alright, Ozo. Let's see. These conversations should be the same. Let's see. I think we'll go 3 on this one. Then this should be the story of his mining exploits. Yep. We'll skip through that. Valuable lesson. That'll be a 1. No. You're a menace. You're lucky I came along when I did. No one else could have dealt with this problem. Actually, I hope you learned a valuable lesson. Feels light side. You're lucky I'm awesome. Seems dark side, so we'll go with 3. And again, I think this now goes into essentially the same conversation. Yeah, that's the same. And we made conquest. That's the other thing. This event has been given so much conquest that I've been making conquest just by... Okay, cool. So these stayed. So because we kept the Sith relic, the corruption-y bits have stayed. Where they were gone on Decon. So that's kind of a cool little nod to your decision has a consequence. So studying the relic makes the dark side go away. Displaying it makes it stay. Time to do a little destruction. Now we could have done the dance. You know, I have a normal size companion there. They'll just dance. Non-bipedal companions like M1, the Bessie droid, they just stand there. They don't have a dance animation. Let's grab Palan. But that's pretty minor. We don't need to explore that. So yeah, I mean, it's your choice. No matter, there's no light side or dark side consequences to it, but it would feel weird. I think of the 8 characters I've done this on, that's the first one of all 8. So I've got 7. I think I have 6 that went neutral. They went with the research that I've done so far. 7th was the display it, and this will be the 8th, which will be to destroy it. I wonder if we get contacted by the scientist if we destroy it. That could be interesting. Alright, so we'll grab the mission. And we'll leave the dailies. Oh, also, I have Treek on this one because it is hilarious to watch little Treek dance as well. She's a good little dancer. Alright, just to verify that character to character doesn't have any impact. Yeah, see, there's no relic in there. And again, this will be the same conversation we've already had. Yeah, they've done... She's a fun character. Okay. Let's make our run. Ready? Go, 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 go. Yeah, I think we hit a blocking volume before it spawned in. Yeah, she's fun. She's like a little warrior. In her conversations as on your ship, she talks about her exploits. And then she makes many references to eating people, which is creepy. Like, and there's subtle things like, you know, what does I can't remember exactly, but like, you know, like Rhodian soup tastes like or something like that. So she's an odd little duck. Fierce though. The opening animation for when you unlock her is hilarious. They're talking up about this mercenary and she's fierce. And the first time you see it, it's because she's an Ewok, you don't think about it. And then they show these people getting pushed out of the way, and you think this big, huge, monster-y, bad thing is coming. And what did I not do? Find a way through the rubble. Did I move before it finished? Oh, you know what? It might have been, somebody might have already clicked on that one. That might have been all it was. Yep. So it just wasn't highlighted because somebody had recently clicked on it. And then you see the little Treek, but she's loyal. Fierce but loyal. She ranks high on my list of favorite companions. Alright, we'll try this with our tank and healer and see if I can hold. Oh, I see healer aggro. That's healer aggro. Come to me! Ah, should be able to hold him there. The healing's probably overkill. Alright, we'll clear out the corrupted beasts. And then we'll go after the Guardian. Probably could have pulled the Guardian down and fought them all at once. Oh, didn't get to the side. I was trying to get to the side, so I got knocked into the wall. Yeah, this is my highly traditional tanky Jedi. Pure light side. Yep. Ran a lot of... Used to run like operations and stuff with this character. Actually. Back in the old days. Very ornate lightsaber. Look at that thing. Move you over there. Huge lightsaber if you really think about it.
Ulya Wumbak. Kiriki.
Oh, let's see. We haven't done that one, but it gives us, like I said, it's the same. There's no difference. Yeah, I like this. It's called the what's it called? Descendants Heirloom Saber. But it's a pretty cool hilt. Very fancy. I might have changed this bottom section a little bit, but this top piece is really, really cool. And then with this armor, I could put on my very tall hat. That's how I used to run when I was tanking. I think on this character... do I have it still? Do I have my blood spattered gear on this character? Don't see it. Maybe it's on Zach's. Oh, nope. It's just down here at the bottom. Weird. Okay, that doesn't feel right, but maybe it is. Maybe I had it on Zach's. Alright, that's the same. Alright, we'll see if what this does. Just to fade out. Oh, we get sounds of destruction. But we didn't see it fall. So that's maybe a missed opportunity, but it's one of those development time return on investment, right? Like, okay, so our corruption-y pieces are still here. Again, those don't go away till the conversation. So far. We'll see if this changes the conversation any, but I don't think it probably will. So anyway, it's like, why, what's the return on investment for doing a whole animation and destruction of the object and stuff like that? So I can see not putting that in. Oh, which one did we do last time? I think we did that one last time, right? Alright, that's the explanation. And we'll do the valuable lesson. Yeah, it's probably just not worth putting the time and effort into that. Although they did put in some rumbly sounds, but they might have already had those in the library. So that's an easy thing to do. Fade to black and make rumbly, crashing, crunchy sounds. Alright, so what that should have done is cleared the corruption. So you see our little dark side chunks are not there. And there's no Sith relics. I wonder if somebody else, if like they have the Sith relic on their farm, if I'm now driving through it. Because that's where it would be. Interesting. Okay. So this is also interesting in that two players could be standing here. Because this is not an instance per se. And one person sees the relic here, one person does not. So that's kind of interesting. Let's go grab Bellatricus again and see if it's solid. What they might have done is not made it solid so that it doesn't cause any issues. And when I say made it solid, it means graphically it'll be there. We'll be able to see it, but there'll be no collision on it. So that's it on the story, though. So next week, I think, is probably not a lot of Spring Abundance stuff to do. And then we'll start on the story. 7.5, which we did last week. So I don't think it's going to be a lot different. But we'll make some different decisions, see what it affects. Alright, so we go all the way to the barn. Actually, I think we can quick travel to the barn. Let's do that. Spend our hard-earned money, 213 credits, instead of driving. Alright, there's our relic. No, it's solid. This might be something I'll have to test. Like log in 2 different characters. Do I have anybody? I don't have anybody who has cleared the corruption on a different account. Although I think I have one character. I think my youngest son's character has done the first stage. So we could do the second stage. And then, so maybe we'll take a look at that next week. I'll pop an account up on another machine and we'll see. We'll see what the differences look like. Or at least I will. I'm not sure the stream will, but. So yeah, theoretically, if I was looking at another player, they should be able to run through that relic on my screen. That's my prediction. All right, let's rock and roll into 7.5 Desperate Defiance. So we are going to grab our operative here. Okay, so you'll notice a couple of things. I've got the Desperate Defiance. He is not as far along on the Shade Vizsla story, or the Lane Vizsla story. This is the Unlocking the Droid. I think this is the quest line that gets you there. Once you've unlocked it on one character, though, I can go to the lab and collect and run the missions and everything on this character if I wanted to. So you only have to really do that on one character. All right. Exciting. I don't remember if there's a cutscene to start this or not. Yep. Cutscene, but no canned animations.
The Field Marshal is waiting for news. I've got reports from 4 other teams who have successfully destroyed supply convoys. But one team still hasn't checked in.
Is everything all right?
If the 2 of you are looking for me, something must have gone wrong.
And people say we're pessimists.
Nothing is wrong at the moment. No more than usual, at least. But there is an urgent matter that requires your attention. Members of the Dark Council have insisted on sharing their concerns about the hidden chain. Particularly the alarming increase in violent attacks on non-Mandalorian targets.
They want a meeting with you. Yesterday, if possible.
I don't understand what they're expecting to hear from me.
They've got it in their heads that you know something that'll make it all go away, and even if you can't, they want to hear it straight from you.
It certainly doesn't help that the increased surveillance of Shay's movements has provided nothing useful since she disappeared.
We had some of our best people tailing her. But if Mandalore the Avenger doesn't want to be found...
Her absence during all of this has the potential to paint us in a very poor light.
I feel a disconnect coming. There it is. Yeah, the last time... I think that's the last one. Hold on, we can take a peek here. But yeah, I think that's the one that came at the start of the 7 storylines that we're working on now. Let's see. Hope deceived, return and sacrifice are the original 4. That's the one that starts the Eternal Throne, I think. Quit playing the music. Oh, I can't skip it. It's not a conversation. Yep, that's the one that has Malgus in it. All right, hopefully that was short enough that I don't have to send in reasons why this shouldn't be copyright claimed. I could just cut it out, I think. That wouldn't have been too bad. I can cut that section out if I have to. On the VOD. All right, back to my sniper using his pistol. Much like my commando with his assault cannon using his pistol. What is that? I've never noticed that before. Okay, we have to check that out. Let's see. It's not something I can move around in the interface editor. What if I turn off the... Yeah, it's not part of the interface. Does it mean I'm in an instance here? That's new, and it's been under there if it's been there before. Still there. Oh crap, where are we? We need to go that way. Alright, let's get out of the instance. See if it makes a difference.
We can't do everything on our own. We need more people or better equipment.
This way. Nope, this way. You can tell I haven't driven out of this base in a while. Alright. Oh, it's gone. So it's not instance. So So the question is, if we go back into the base... Let's see, I need to be able to see my interface. Alright, well, it's not there now. I wonder if it's some kind of hidden thing that I wasn't ever supposed to see. Let's see if it pops up when we pop in here. Nope, not there as well. Let's see. Try one more thing. Yeah, I'm not going to go all the way back out to try to reset it. So that was weird. It looked like the Alliance symbol, right? But what it was doing. All right, we'll cut out of the cutscene again. That didn't bring it back either. I don't know what that was. Try to do some research on it, but I'm not sure that I'm going to find much there. Okay.
If the two of you...
Not negative.
Get back to where we were.
I don't understand.
They've got to create some of our...
Her absence.
If the Dark Council is sniffing around, let's make sure they don't hear about Shay.
I agree. And if you can put their fears to rest, perhaps they will ease their scrutiny while we find her.
Speaking of, looks like our delay tactics didn't work.
They're more insistent than I thought. I'll find a suitable room for the meeting. Everything will be ready when you are.
So this will be a different meeting. Last time we met with the Chancellor and stuff. So this probably will be with Asina. If I had to guess. Yep, still no symbol, so... Weird, weird, weird. So it should be a slightly different meeting. Although I would guess most of the conversation choices will be similar. It'll just be different characters doing them. Who's our companion? Who's with us? Yeah, Khalil's fine.
How kind of you to spare us
Yep,
a moment of your
Asina.
time. Your associates were adamant that there was no way to work this discussion into your schedule. No matter how many times I reminded them that your contributions to the Empire are vital to its survival. You and I share something that few others can truly understand. What it means to lead. To be the one who must make the hardest decisions. Like how to deal with assets who create more trouble than they are worth.
I've dispatched a task force to monitor the activity of these hidden chain Mandalorians, as well as those who oppose them. They tread perilously close to violating Imperial jurisdiction. This troublesome little quarrel among the Mandalorians, it cannot continue.
All that effort, only to come to the same conclusion I presented in an extensive report about the hidden chain assault on Ord Mantell.
Darth Zarian is right. This war among the Mandalorians cannot be allowed to spread further. We will end it if we must, by any means necessary.
That's was similar, but I think different. I think it's a different set, different tone for sure. These do look different, though. I don't remember number 3 there. All right, well, we'll do a little exploration.
Fear is irrelevant. These Mandalorians on both sides encroach where they are not welcome. We make no allowances for anyone, no matter how powerful their allies.
The truth of the matter is, we have given those who are still loyal to Shae Vizsla ample opportunity to deal with this issue. What can you tell us about their progress? Can Mandalore guarantee an end to the war before our hand is forced?
Ooh, we're going to scowl at each other. All right. That pretty much takes us to the end of that section. So we'll quickly go through these. See if there is any differences.
That is certainly not the impression I gathered.
The truth of the matter is, we have given... What can you tell us about their progress? I appreciate your assurances, but I would prefer to hear this straight from the source.
That detail was notably absent from your report, Krovos.
Perhaps because I had not been made aware of it.
For your allies' sake, I sincerely hope Mandalore can be located.
Yeah, we're probably not going to go that route. So our agent is an intelligence operative. We're not going to give away information.
Surveillance and documentation, all in defense of the Empire, are the only actions we have taken thus far. Krovos demanded we share our findings with you. Why else do you think we were so insistent about this meeting?
The truth of the matter is, what can you tell...
I like the stare down.
Whatever that is, certainly it can wait.
These look to be the same.
I see. You must understand this is not a conversation to be left unresolved for long. Do I make myself clear? We will reconvene very soon.
It's me. I think I just found a way to get Darth Maul's holocron away from Hedda.
These look to be the same.
Well, we won't know if it's a solid lead until we look into it, will we? I can't give you all the details over holocron.
Yeah, that's the same.
Ears listening. Meet me on Meksha. When you get here, stop by the Slugfall Cantina. I'll leave you something to help find me.
So the first part, I think the options were slightly different. Same general flows, but that part was identical. All right, Meksha bound we are. The travel system is so much easier than the original game. You used to have to go to your ship to actually travel, if I remember right. The whole that galaxy map's always been there. You just had to go to your ship to access it. Okay, we hopefully have... There it is, Slugfall Cantina. So this is also the new interface system that we saw. So far we've seen in 7.5 they added the fishing system, which is completely new. This kind of scan and follow the path system, which is also completely new.
Another. You've had too many.
Let's
Come
have our,
back tomorrow.
we'll have our drinks.
Come on. Tell you what, if you remember how many you've had, I'll let you have another.
Come on. 5. I've had 5.
See you tomorrow.
Guess he's not had 5. Alright, so this should give us our little item. So something we didn't test because I didn't know of it is this is what triggered it last time. This should also trigger it. Let's see. Yeah, it gives us the little thing. And again, we move at a slower pace than if we're just walking. Oh, we can do it while moving. That's good to know. Let's see. Also, we can speeder mount, which does speed us up some, but alright, let's make sure we're going the right direction. Seem to be. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off for now, just so it's not in the way. Can I turn it on and off while unspeedered? Nope. Alright, looks like to that corner. Alright, we're finally gonna have to fight here. This is probably overkill on the dots, but alright. Okay, here we got a little bit of a glitch. So whoever built this path, this point probably was meant to be up there. I'm gonna guess. I suppose, I mean, it still works. I'm not sure. This feels a little janky though. Hey, my friend, how you doing? I'm about halfway through your Thursday stream. I watched about half of it yesterday, but got busy with some other stuff. I wasn't able to finish it, so I'm hoping to finish it today. Welcome to Hoth. A very bright planet. Not Hoth on my stream, but on Draco's stream. Where were you when I left off? Like I said, it's about halfway through, so... You had just gotten to the second area, but refused to go to the third area. That's, I think, where you were at on the stream. Alright, what are we supposed to be doing here? Enter the vent. Alright, so we don't have to fight Gouge. We can't harvest that. And we still can't turn this on. But it goes away. It grays out once you finish this mission. Yeah, Hoth is usually ranked up there. Hoth and Tatooine are ranked up there with just planets people tend not to like. Hoth is definitely because of the everything's blue and white and just hard to see. So it traditionally gets ranked as not a favorite planet for many. Yeah, for sure. It is bright.
You made it. Not that I thought you wouldn't. I'm just relieved is all.
All right. This looks to be the same as well. So we're gonna go pretty straightforward on these.
Out on Osis. We had to. When you don't have a lot of parts to work with, you learn to adapt. My brother and I used to hide in here a lot. Rakan was always looking for a way out of chore time at the orphanage. I liked helping out, but I also liked going on adventures with Rakan, so I started hiding too. I used to dream about coming back here for him. My master never knew. I didn't want him to think that I was ungrateful or that he'd made the wrong decision, you know, taking someone who kept looking backward. But I think he did make the wrong decision. Maybe if I'd said it sooner, none of this would be happening. Hedda wouldn't have the holocron. She wouldn't have Rakan.
Yeah, so this is a character named Zoxarian. He's a dot spec agent. He's my Imperial character that I tend to do. I've pushed the story all the way to the end on him before. So he's current. This is a chapter that released with 7.5. Yeah, I think you said you play on your laptop with the settings down a little bit. I've got I don't think I have I think I have everything maxed as far as the settings. Let's see. And so we did this last week, so it's the same story as last week, but just on the Imperial side to see if there's any differences. Let's see. I'm sure your master didn't. There's nothing you can do about it now. Focus on what's important. Don't give yourself too much credit. Mandalorian War was going to happen sooner or later, with or without you.
I know. But if it wasn't for me... It doesn't matter. We're going to fix this. That holocron is dangerous. More than any of us understand. We have to get it away from Hedda. The machine that she's building, it doesn't work without Darth Nul's holocron, or without the plans inside it. All we have to do is get the holocron out of there, and Hedda loses both the machine and something she never should have had in the first place.
Something else that's true on visuals, the character models later in the game tend to be better than the character models earlier in the game. They've gotten better at what they do. And so the farther you get into the story, like once you clear the original stories and get into some of the newer stuff, you do get a little bit of upgrades. Plus you tend to go to places where they've done some upgrades. Like Kessen's Landing was an upgrade. On this one, we're going to go to Hutta. And this version of Hutta that we're about to do is an upgraded version. So I don't know if you've done it yet, but even if you go to Hutta now on the original story or the original Hutta, you're going to see that it's different. Yeah, it definitely does make a difference with the settings turned up for sure.
It's,
we're playing this from the Imperial Agent Intelligence
the
Operator, so we're always going to ask
guarded
questions.
Ships. There's only one way on it. And that's with a specially built shuttle, one they use to round up prisoners. Yeah. I'm glad you saved who you could. The machine, I don't really understand how it works. Something reaches out, and it's like turning on a light, or a forgotten childhood memory rushing back. If you ever thought you once felt the Force, no matter who you've become, an outlaw, a farmer,
yeah, it's
a
the same.
soldier, you feel it again. Hedda said I could help these people. Help them understand their connection to the Force. She said no one else would. She didn't say anything about making them fight in her war. Hedda will do anything to win. She doesn't understand the cost. She doesn't care.
All right, look at all of our choices.
don't know.
Hedda thinks this machine will just awaken powerful soldiers ready to fight for her. But the people Hedda captures, the machine revealed their connection to the Force. It doesn't make them soldiers any more than they were before. But that doesn't matter to Hedda. She wanted me to just... Even if I wanted to, I don't know how to train anyone to fight. If we don't do something, a lot of innocent people will die. We have to destroy the machine. And we have to get as many of Hedda's prisoners as we can off that ship.
All right, let's see. That's very matter of fact.
I wish I had that kind of confidence. But at least I know where to start. I know where we can get the shuttle that we'll need. One of the hidden chain strike teams was sent to take captives from Hedda. They must not have been too careful around the huts. They've run into trouble with the local crime lord and they're stranded there. It's a long shot. But if we can get to Hedda and find out where that strike team ended up, we can steal their shuttle. It'll take us right to Hedda's machine.
I don't know all the details, other than the strike team was sent to the Minbusa district. It's probably best if we head there separately. It might raise too much suspicion otherwise. I'll see you there.
See ya. Yeah, I like the Chiss, though. Chiss is one of my favorite species in the game. I've got some bounty hunters that are Chiss as well. Also, if you play Imperial characters that are aliens, you sometimes get some unique conversations because of their hatred for aliens. All right. Let's see. Meet Sahar in the Minbusa district. Okay. I think we can just go directly there. So, from a development standpoint, because they've added this new section to Hedda, they took the time to update the Hedda graphics, but that means that all the graphics on the original Hedda also updated. So, it's kind of a double whammy, a win-win. So, the atmosphere is different. Some of the swampy, foggy bits are different. They've added new tree models and different things like that. It's far less yellow than it used to be. Hedda used to be like this eerie yellow. Now it's more... Some planets, I can't remember, a while back. Ord Mantell has Kessen's Landing. So when they did the Kessen's Landing updates, so Ord Mantell got some things. And so I think it's a good thing. So for instance, you know, if we went to, let's say in the next expansion, they go to Dromankos and Coruscant. Well, then you can do updates on those. And so while you're building the new content, which you'd have to build anyway, do updates on the planet that impacts it. And then obviously, you know, some of the architecture gets reused from planet to planet. So for instance, you could do like the spaceports in a lot of the planets are the same. So you could update the spaceport and stuff like that. But I don't know of any just fully planned update. Now they are adding things like they added the chrome armors or the chrome dyes for armor. And that's a whole different system as well. Yeah, so it's over time. They pick away at it. All right, so last time we looked around.
I've already had a few close calls.
This time we're just going to go directly to the
Find
cantina.
us in the cantina.
We explored a lot more on the first playthrough. This one we're just looking for story. Can't believe it let us stay on our speeder inside the cantina. That's kind of nice. I appreciate it. So, for instance, they also added a new beard and hairstyle in this last update as well. So, little bits and pieces get added.
We have a problem.
If I hadn't asked what was going on, we could have walked right into a trap. This was supposed to be simple. But it might be impossible. The Hidden Chain strike team assigned to Hutta have to be somewhere in this district. But... I don't know what to do. Slaves are rebelling. The Hut in charge here locked down everything. No one's getting in or out. How do we even start looking for that shuttle?
I think I have stealth abilities. I'll just stealth past him. I'm liking 3 so far. 3 or 4 would be a good agenty type action.
Then I guess now's your chance to show me how that's done. We came here for a reason. I don't want to stop now. Hetta's ruined too many lives, and I'm not going to let her hurt anyone else. I passed the point of no return a while ago. Let's go.
Let's go. All right. Ooh, wrong way.
Get away! We're not part of the uprising!
Tell Yacindu, we've got nothing to do.
Wow, we got away from you before he quit even talking.
First Mandalorians, now you?
Much quicker the second time through.
None of this would be happening if everyone would just keep their heads down and their mouths shut. I don't know why anyone would think they could take on
So, drove right past him.
If we make a run for the shipping port, then maybe we could... leave us alone!
No, don't! Shipping port. That's gotta be where the shuttle is.
But we don't know for sure. Don't let your guard down.
The voice actor sounds different for this character. I wonder if they changed voice actors. Oh, right. Into the wilderness we go. Yep, so this is like the first adventure area. But yeah, I think it, to my memory anyway, it definitely sounds like a different voice actor. Can we outrun the ambushes? Let's see. Or will they chase us forever? Nope, they gave up. There's another ambush. Yeah, it's one of those that... That's the nice part about it being broken up from planet to planet as well. Is you can upgrade them separately if you want to. We'll drive right through them. See if they see us. Nope. We're so stealthy. No one sees the little fire coming out of my feet. But yeah, they've been steadily. It seems like it's been a priority here, pseudo recently, to upgrade the graphics. I mean, you're talking, this game's what, 13 years old? It definitely could. Whoa, I went the wrong direction. Got too talky. I was actually just already going to the cantina, but we have to come up here first. Pay attention to my map. Alright, should be good. Stealth characters can be nice. Okay, what are we supposed to do here? Defeat the hidden chain.
Move as soon as we've got a way out of this muck pit.
Which one of these? Is it this one? Yeah, so it does extra damage from stealth. Surprise! Time to dot these guys up.
Let her walk out of here. Don't give them any ground.
Much tougher fight here than our ones that we did on the Spring Abundance Festival.
Bring me Katine's head.
I guess we got a healer.
Information out of them.
That's the other thing to remember.
Hey, over here.
Yeah, she's only level 10, so. Hey, over here. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Broadsword does.
Thank the stars you took care of those Mandos.
I think
they came in a shuttle. Do you know where it is?
No, but you let me out and I'll help you search for anything. One of them has to have a security key.
I think about, from what I've heard, about 40 developers went over from the original team over to Broadsword. But I think the team is smaller. That's always the concern. You know, the thing that people are worried about is, will the game go into essentially maintenance mode, right? Where they quit adding new content, they just keep it running. And that's usually the death of a game. You know, essentially if you do that, the game will keep running, but players will slowly drift out, right? Oh, that was probably silly. It's gonna cost me something. We'll see. I do have a healer, so. But if all they're doing is just maintaining the game, not doing a lot of updates anymore, you'll just bleed users and eventually they'll just shut it down. Let's get the medic. So that's what I'm hoping doesn't happen. Although I'll admit I've gotten two thoughts. I really do like this game. I've been playing since beta, so you know, again, it's a game I've definitely stuck with. But that being said, there is this weird part of me that would enjoy a new Star Wars MMO. It's weird though because I don't know that I don't want to play in the current era. High Republic's obviously hot right now, but I don't know that that's a better era for an MMO either. So I don't know if it would be better or not, but starting over with something completely new is intriguing. But, and here's the catch, right? From just a general marketing standpoint, from Lucas licensing, not from a game company standpoint, but just from the licensing out the Star Wars license. It's probably not in your best interest to create a competing MMO to go against the MMO you already have. You're just splitting your user base. You know, so if you start to market segment out MMO players, Star Wars players, well, that group's your primary audience for this game. So if you're going to make them choose between one or the other, you're essentially just stealing from your own player base to not really gain. You'd probably gain some new players. And so anyway, where I'm going with that is I would love a new Star Wars MMO, but most likely it's going to be at the cost of this one. If a new Star Wars MMO comes out, this one will probably get shut down. And I don't know that I want that either. So very contradictory feelings going on here. Am I willing to sacrifice this one for a new one? I don't know. Yeah, they have Dark Age. I think Dark Age. They also have Ultima Online, I believe, if I remember right. They maintain that one as well, which has been running since 1997. Let me double check, make sure. that is actually true. Google just brought up broadsword versus longsword as a search result. Let's see, games. Yeah, they've got Dark Age of Camelot, Ultima Online, and Star Wars: The Old Republic. So, again, I played Ultima Online in its early days as well, back in the late 90s. So the fact that that game's still running, I think as long as they can hold on to the license, they could keep adding content to this game.
You can tell me about that Mandalorian shuttle.
Give her a second.
That's all right. But just so you know, wherever that shuttle is, you're not getting anywhere near it in this lockdown. Get all of us out of here, and we can help you work around all the security.
So this is something I mentioned last time that I like. The prisoners actually run to this room, as opposed to a lot of times you'll see them just run to an entrance and disappear, or just run around a corner and disappear. I think it's kind of cool that they actually go to a location. Little things. Sometimes it's just the little touches that make a difference.
Move while we still have a chance.
Makes the game more immersive. Makes it feel like you're actually visiting Star Wars. Which is why I play. I like to visit Star Wars. So you can see they're all still even making their way there. Let's make sure none of them disappear. Should be one more group coming. There they are. So you got a named NPC and then some just generic ones. But they all actually come in here. And then what they do, and this is what I think is really cool, is after this conversation, they cut through this door, which isn't really a door. Although it does the map trigger. You can see the map trigger kick in. That's the outside map. So they have that. Okay, so this is probably two different developers doing different jobs here. Let's talk about this a little bit. So here we've got this room. And there was probably a level designer who built this room, right? They're putting in the crates. They're deciding where the people are going to be. They're making sure this works. And then you might have a more technical person that's coming in and building out the system. So the mapping system, for instance. Like the mapping system is built so that when I cross this threshold, right, there's a trigger that says, okay, load up the external map, load up the internal map, right? So on this door threshold, it looks like it's right there, to be honest. Let's see. Yeah, so you can see the trigger for that it's invisible. It's some little box, and it's going to be right about there, it looks like. So if you watch the map's changing. All right, so armed with that information, the two people are working on this map, and they both know there's going to be a door here. Right? But they know that there's no room behind that the player can interact with. But my gut is, if you look, there's a door frame here. The level designer put the door back there. The technical guy put the threshold for the map right there. So it's two completely different things, but they're not working together. They're both working as intended. Right, this is blocking me from going out, and this is changing the map. It's just there was a disconnect between the two. And this is just one of thousands and thousands and thousands of things that have to be coordinated on a team. It also might be that the level designer didn't do anything wrong, and the just positioning of this has glitched out. It's supposed to be here, and it's not, and it's for some reason loaded back here. You'll see this sometimes where like a turret will be floating in the air or stuck in the ground or something like that, right? So a little behind the scenes, you've got these two systems working together. This one's blocking, and this one's changing our map over, and a disconnect between the two. Online pod racer could be fun. Yeah, I don't know. I love the Old Republic era, so I'm trying to think if there's a different era I'd want to play in. The two that I would probably be most fascinated by, actually I'll give you three. One would be if they make this new, I think it's Mangold is the guy behind it. This new movie that's been rumored that they're going like 25,000 years back to the dawn of, the Force and stuff like that. That could be intriguing. This game is like 5,000 to 6,000 years before the movies and stuff like that. Going way into the future is another game I would probably play. And whatever the ramifications of that would be. The other two that I would enjoy that I don't think they would do, because one of the things about making a Star Wars MMO or a Star Wars game in general is people do like the Force and lightsabers and stuff like that. They're iconic. Now, that being said, you have the new Outlaws game, open world game coming out that is more smugglerly driven, right? Not really, you're not a Jedi or anything. So we'll see how that does. But the other two areas that I would enjoy would be like a space, almost like Privateer back in the day. You're a space smuggler, and maybe you're not even in the current area. There's an expanded universe area called the Corporate Sector. There's a couple of books, Han Solo and the Corporate Sector, that predate. They're like prequels to the movies, where Han Solo and Chewie are going on adventures and stuff like that. That could be fun. Like, put it in a whole different thing. It's not that the Force didn't exist there, but or personally, just a more bounty hunter driven MMO I would really enjoy as well. I don't think those last two will ever get built though.
That's everyone.
Is there somewhere
Okay,
safe?
so there we go.
There's a pilot commissary.
So you can see,
Commandos cleared out.
I can't get through
We'll
here.
hunker down in there.
That's an escape outdoor. So it's working as intended. The blocking volume's in the right spot. It wouldn't let me out. But again, the map trigger's in the wrong spot there. Otherwise, it would have made sense for me to cut out that back door with them. Right? So they cut out this back door, ran down here. We're meeting them here. We have to come out the front door and go around this way. It's unfair. We'll stealth it up, though. We're going to have to eventually fight some of these guys for the missions, but... There was in the old days, it wasn't an MMO, but there is a pod racer game out there, but it's pretty old. I don't even remember which systems it ran on. If it was only PC or if it was on a console. Let's look. Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. When did it release? Give me a release date. 1999. Yeah, that's definitely old. PC. It's on Nintendo, so... What would have 99 have been? That'd have been 64? N64? TV mode... Yeah, I'm not seeing. That might have been N64. Oh, this must have been a remake. This is June 23rd, 2020. So they might... Oh, yeah, this is for the Switch. So they rebuilt it for the Switch. At some point. Platforms, Switch, PlayStation 4. Yeah, so it's been rebuilt, but originally came out in 99. So. More arcadey, though. Definitely doesn't have like you're talking about where, it's a whole upgrade system and stuff like that. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I played it. Yeah, Ultima Online, I know it was before EverQuest. Although only by like a year, I think. Maybe 2. But yeah, I think it was before RuneScape as well. Yeah, so EverQuest came out in 99. Ultima Online came out in 97. My memory of... You had Meridian 59, I think... is one of the early ones that's considered an MMO. And now we're not considering Muds, Muses, and Mushes, like the text-based stuff. But the graphical modern-day MMO, October of 96 for Meridian 59. Then there was one called, The Realm, which I had two accounts in The Realm. Give me the release date. 1996. There's no month here. Then Ultima Online should be 97. Yeah, September 24th of 97. Now, some people will consider Air Warrior an MMO, and that one's listed at 87. So that's way before. But Meridian 59 in my head is always kind of the start of what you might currently think of as an MMO. Now, I didn't play Meridian 59. I played The Realm. The Realm was different because it was... Think of it almost like a giant Excel spreadsheet where you're moving from cell to cell, and each screen was its own little level. And you could move around on that screen, but when you got to the edge of the screen, it would load up the next screen. And then when you would go into combat, like it was an MMO, there was multiple people walking around on the screen, but if you went into combat, you would go into yet another screen, but the people in the overworld would just see a cloud of dust with hands and weapons like in it animated. It was all 2D. This was all 2D. But they had instance dungeons, a very polite community. I can remember there was this one like trap door in like a building, and if you went into it and the next person came in too fast, they would be in your version but not get credit for it or something like that. And it had to reset. And it reset like every 2 or 3 seconds. But people would line up their little avatars in line and wait for people to go in and cycle into it. It was a very polite group back in the day. So, yeah, I didn't play Meridian 59. The Realm was my first one. And I played that for a few years. And then I went over to Ultima Online. Played that for 5 or 6. Never played EverQuest. I might have played the demo, but I never really played EverQuest. After Ultima Online, my next major one was actually Galaxies. And then after Galaxies was Lord of the Rings Online. After Lord of the Rings Online was the Old Republic. Now, in that time, I have probably played another at least dozen MMOs. But they were always my second one, or I just tried it out for a few months. You know, I played Anarchy Online, I played Motor City Online, I played Matrix Online. You know, and the list goes on and on. I can't remember them all. Yeah, it was a different world back then, and obviously a much smaller user base as well. Ultima Online, I had 3 accounts. I had 2, and I borrowed a friend's account. Yeah, we did all kinds of crazy stuff back in those days. And then again, like I said, before graphical online MMOs, I played, Muds and Moos and Mushes, the text-based stuff. So.
We'll put our feelers out for this shuttle you're looking for, but tracking it down could take a while. We've got a few ideas to speed things up. Just ask around.
Okay, so this is a standard technique they use for missions, where Verta here has given me a mission, but the mission is to help other people. And they all have their own missions. So to complete this mission, I have to complete these missions. Now it says I only have to do 3.
Chemical burns. Quick.
But once you complete 3, there's a bonus mission to do the 4th. So we're just going to grab all 4.
We were easy pickings for those Mandalorians. No good armor or weapons to
Oh, I
protect
like her.
ourselves. You could nab that kind of gear from the Mandos and give it to us. It'll be a win-win for everyone, except the Mandos.
I think that's... Is that Irish? I think that's Irish. I sometimes get confused between... Oh, it kept me stealthed as well. Okay. So we've got basically 2 areas we have to fight in. We have this one here, and then we have to step outside and do these 2 out here. So we'll stay inside for now. But what we'll do is we'll work our way out fight what we can, and then we have to work our way back in. Space Irish. So we're not going to go out of our way to fight things, but we'll grab what we need to here. I think these give us the gear, so the 12 pieces we need. So. And then we also need these, whatever, the chemical we're recovering. He ninja'd me. That's alright. Oh, those respawn fast, so not a big deal. I try not to do that. Like if somebody's fighting near an item that needs to be clicked on, I find it poor taste to go up and click on the thing while they're doing the fight. Like, they're doing the thing to clear that space. You taking the thing from them. Now again, thankfully the developers made that respawn so fast. It's not a big deal. Also, it looks like once you use one, you can't use it again. And so we all have to click the same ones anyway. So I'll give props to the developers for creating a system that doesn't lead to grief for the players. While players will do griefy things, and there's no doubt about that, it's sometimes also it's the responsibility of the developers to try to create a system that doesn't lead to grief. Right? So for instance, in an MMO, let's say you had, a boss monster, and that world boss thing only spawned once a day. Well, if you have something like that, and it's a rare thing and people want it, you find yourself in a situation where decency will go away because I'm trying to get this thing done. Whereas if it spawns every couple of minutes, people are a little more nice about it, right? Or you've got this thing that every player needs, and it's only going to spawn once a day. Put it in an instance. Put it somewhere where everybody has their own copy of it. Making these kind of decisions makes it so that you can actually... Let's see, we need chem lizards. Not those. That's not a chem lizard. But makes it so that you get a more compliant player base. Right, which one are you doing? See, I'm not going to click that because it feels like I'd be sniping it out from under. I don't think it probably is, but I hate when that happens. Doesn't impact the stream, but my wireless headphones disconnected and reconnected, and everything went quiet. I'm like, no, don't crash. So if you can build the system so that it is... Now see, I'm going to go back. And this is either respawned or it's available for both of us. That way we don't compete. So he's either done or fighting or already gotten that one. Let's see. Chem lizards. We still need some stuff from these guys. So you have to help your player base sometimes. Do things that makes it so that they don't have the chance to be rude. Alright, so my little friend has moved on. We'll keep heading this way. What do we got over here? Will you guys count? Alright. So my dots are taking out the ads here. What did I get? Oh, nice. That's the running with a healer. Cool. We made some galactic seeds. Okay, I think we might be getting out of our zones. Oh no, we've got everything we need from the chem lizards, that's why. Alright, now we just need more totems. Pay attention to your quest log. Don't know if the two we've clicked on respawn. We can just go back to those, or if we have to find new ones. I see one down there. That'll work. One more. There's one. I don't remember going all. Oh, there's one over there too. So yeah, I don't think there's only 4. So like I said, I don't remember coming all the way over here. Okay, so what do we still need? Return, return, return. We're done. We'll quick travel then. Save ourselves the fight back in.
Ah, nice work. I'll feel better asking folks for information.
No trouble for you.
If I've got Temperature
Sent
trade
plans.
We'll do these 3 because then we want to listen to Space Irish.
Done here, friend. The second I hear something about that shuttle you're looking for, I'll pass it along.
Now I can hear things about Mandalorian shuttle.
Alright, so you notice this kicked in. Help the workers with remaining requests. It's just one. Space Irish lady.
Look at that! Mandos. Overpaid security guards. They won't stand a chance against us with this stuff. And we'll have an easier time sniffing out rumors about that shuttle you're after.
This being infinitely repeatable, you can burn through some conquests. 7,000 every time you complete a story mission. Like if you were like just playing through the game and leveling, this one you'd rip through conquest on that one.
Good news, we found that shuttle.
Oh, there's another one.
Bad news, it's locked up tight in the Tabana gas refinery. I know a way in. Get into the gas tunnels and look for crates with red markings. They'll lead you right into the refinery.
We shall do that. Thank you, Verda. We appreciate your cooperation. So we've seen these spirally staircases before. They're also on Hutta. So again, going back to what Draco was talking about, right? Like, let's say we wanted to change this asset. You know, I'm going to change the bump map, you know, on this to make it more detailed. Or so if I rebuild this asset, then I can actually use it over on the original Hutta as well. All right. I say we just sneak our way. Use our stealthiness. Let's make sure there's not any kind of a... I don't think there's a bonus. Yeah, I didn't think so. So last time we looked at all of the kind of the new, I don't know if it's a new system, but they definitely implemented the oily, watery, gross water much better than I've seen it before. We are so sneaky. How do you not see me? Stealthy, stealthy. Do you not even feel this? Whoosh. As I whoosh by you.
Lockdown measures are in effect. Escape is impossible. Those who attempt to do so will be liquidated.
Honestly, I'm not sure you have to fight in here. I feel obligated, though, to help the slaves, so we will. I think we probably could have skipped this combat as well.
Come on! Don't give up! Take them down!
Is that what it is? You get the full-on mute? It's very high-tech. Occasionally when you're in stealth, like a weapon or something will still be visible. It looks a little funky. Yeah, like her lightsaber. Her lightsaber model doesn't have the stealth effect, so it's just a floaty lightsaber. Yeah, so what you'll see, you see this in, I think in Heroics, the dailies as well, is what they'll do is, let's say, pretend these three guys are enemies, right? So you have to go through here. Well, what they'll do is they have stealth detection that they can put on that just automatically knocks you out of stealth. And so what happens is as you come up on this situation, it's just impossible to get by without being detected. Sometimes you can sneak by if you know the routes and stuff, but it is an option that they can use where it's like they just put a stealth detector. Now, with that being said, like if I'm running past something like that, right, and I get knocked out of stealth and they start attacking me, a lot of times we have this, which will let me go into stealth in combat and take me back out of combat. So I can still skip one of them, but you notice that's a 2-minute cooldown versus a just like this one is a 5-second cooldown. So like I can't go back into stealth in combat. So that's how they get around that. If you want to build content where you're going to force an interaction to take place. The other thing is sometimes combat is triggered. So it's not about them aggroing you. It literally is, there's a trigger box on this doorway. And when I walk through it, stealth or not, it's going to trigger an action-y combat thing. And that'll knock you out of stealth as well. So they have ways around it. But yeah, you can definitely... There's, I think it's Red Reaper. I think the Red Reaper flashpoint, if you have a stealth group, you can get through the thing in like no time. Because you can skip just about everything. And you can definitely skip past a lot of stuff if you're stealth. I sometimes forget to do it. I'm just so used to fighting through everything. But it's just another design consideration, right? If you're designing out this map, do I want to force this combat right here to take place? Right? Well, if I do want to force it, again, I could trigger it where I trigger this, the enemies spawn in and come around the corner and start attacking him, so it's like a little mini cutscene. Or I could just make one of these guys, you know, like the security guy, I can make him a stealth detector. Like eventually they will detect you. My stealth level might just be high enough on these normals that they won't. But sometimes, yeah, they'll knock you out of stealth just because. I do still feel obligated to help out the slaves. So we'll play by their rules. Oh, that's the other thing. Notice that I didn't even go into aggro there. Since they're already engaged with them, they didn't aggro me. I just stood there. Nothing happened. So they're definitely not going to knock me out of stealth if they're not even going to aggro me.
to regroup.
Stars. This is horrible.
Okay. I think we're going to make some different decisions here than we made with Zax.
Someone's in charge of all these guards.
We will see. So here, let's see if I can get... Yeah, it's not... Again, sometimes they'll just... There it was. There. So he finally... I attempted fate too long. Notice it didn't knock me out of stealth. Whoa, holy cow. Should probably pay attention to what's going on here. Okay, so I lost my companion by screwing around. So what was happening there is we pulled aggro. So we got the aggro, but because we were still in stealth, my companion wasn't healing. Let's see, those guys aren't attacking. Let's clear them out first. See if we can survive this. I think this is going to get us killed. Okay. Ooh. We got lucky there because now we're not in combat. So let's dismiss her. So yeah, I completely cheesed up / hosed up this thing. Those guys respawned. So the fact they detected me in stealth but didn't knock me out of stealth messed up the system. So, alright, we'll play this one a little more accurately, or the way we should. It's interesting, these guys and those guys, their aggros aren't connected.
These slaves never learn their lesson.
Alright, now that our healer's healing, we're doing a lot better.
Get back! Know your place!
Know my place. Know your place. I'm the Alliance commander. Alright, we'll get our dots stacked up on him. Now you're going to start to see the health tumble.
All available units! They are not slaves! Bring reinforcements!
You think?
Countess! Intruders have breached the perimeter!
The Mandalorians who came here. Where is their shuttle?
The lyrics to Give Me 3 Steps by Leonard Skinner are floating in my head as he's pointing the gun at it.
How dare you! Invading my home! Disrupting my business! These ungrateful wretches belong to me! I'll have your head for leading them astray!
I'm not involved with anything that's happening here.
That is not how it appears to me.
I've proven myself a friend to the Hutts. Ask anyone in Jaguna about the Red Blade's time in Nemro's court.
That debaucherous wastrel, the one who was brought down by a common hoodlum.
So that's completely new. Because you actually start on Hutta. That's a different line.
Your Imperial friends will regret what you have done here. I will personally ensure it. They will rue the day you dared to challenge the majestic Yusindu.
Alright, I don't remember which way we went on this one. I think I let her blow him up last time.
Don't do it.
Kill
don't remember
Hey,
the slave helping
over here!
us.
This way!
Maybe he did before.
What's going on? Who are you?
No time for that. You're looking for a Mando shuttle, right? I know where to find it.
How did you?
Just come on. What other option do you have?
Fine. Move.
No, wait! We can help you!
I've got this. If you want to help, the best way is to get to our safe house. I'll explain more there. Get to the tunnels. I'll tell you over comms how to get there. Now go! Hurry!
So here, these guys will probably all
That was completely reckless. What
disappear.
were you thinking?
We were trapped. What else was I supposed to do?
Let's just hope we find a way out of this mess. Quickly.
At least they made it to the... That's natural, right? They made it to the elevator. Oh, they're still going. That's cool. Nice. Think they'll disappear at the instance? Are they inside the instance? Or as we left the instance? Alright, I respect that. That was well put together.
I sure hope you made it into the tunnels. Or this won't make much sense.
We're in the tunnel.
Oh, so there we go.
You're going to end up in tunnels.
So we got aggroed there, knocked out of
Go north from there.
stealth. Well, I don't think we got knocked out though. Oh, right.
Once you go up the big ramp, make sure you're heading east.
Yep, the ramp goes east.
Did you make it to the scaffolding yet? If so,
Yep.
you're almost there.
Am I supposed to climb down into whatever that is down there?
It's fine. The best part about it, no one who works for you, Sindhu, would ever dream of getting near it. Watch your step on the way down.
It is pretty gross. I think this foamy bit's the grossest. And I think that's all just texture work. Probably some bump mapping in there. Alright, we can unstealth. We're in friendly territory now. I talked about this last time. The stark lighting here is pretty crazy. So, like Drakea was talking about as well. Hutt Jedi. I don't think so. There's not one popping into my head. We do have a Hutt scientist. Alright, Wikipedia says Beldorian. It's going to be legends. It won't be canon, but... Beldorian was a Force-sensitive Hutt Dark Jedi who served as a Jedi Knight serving the Jedi Order in the Galactic Republic roughly 400 years before the founding of the Galactic Empire. After being sent to Nam Korios, he fell to the dark side and set himself as the ruler of the planet, forsaking the Jedi. He was killed in a lightsaber duel with Leia Organa Solo, 13 ABY, after the Battle of Yavin. Alright, let's see where this came from. Appearances. Planet of Twilight. That's probably a book, I'm going to say. Book or a comic? A novel, yep, in 1997. And then mentioned in some other stuff, but so technically yes. I don't remember reading that book though. I might have it. Planet of Twilight. I'd have to go look. So there we go. We learned something today. But almost cliche, though, if you think about it, right? Yeah, a lot of the... almost cliche, though, that, you know, the reason Hutts aren't Jedi is because of their... We'll call it the lack of depth in their character. They're always, you know, gangsters and crime lords, and it's part of their culture and stuff like that. So it's one of those, like, sure, yeah, he was a Jedi, but fell to the dark side and stuff like that. So, but yeah, so like Drakey was talking about, right? The detail level in these caves and the lighting and stuff like that is far better than some of the original game stuff that they put together. Like even this, with it circling around the cave and the drop-offs and stuff. Very well done. Alright, there's a little bit of a weird glitch right here. So check this out. So I'm looking at my shadow. So there's my shadow, and it's all complete. But there we go. There's something in the geometry right. Oh no, okay. No, it's not. I bet you it's the light cone. The light cone has an edge to it. I don't think it's the geometry. Yeah, because it doesn't seem to follow like a polygon line. Let's see. Does this one do the same thing? No, it doesn't. See, this one actually... There's a little bit of a fall off right there. So you can kind of see the edge right there. So I think whatever hidden stuff to make this light work. Right here it's really tight, but in this one it's way farther out. It comes all the way out to here because you can even... Does it work with Sahar's shadow as well? Come on in. Yep, works with her shadow as well. So yep, so I think it's whoever implemented the lighting model, there's probably, like, again, it's a hidden cone, and they've just got it sized incorrectly. Because it did it on the other one, but it did it all the way up here. This one, it's doing it all the way out here. I don't think it's the actual geometry. That's the problem.
Oh, you're here. Adi told me you were coming.
Might be. Could be some of the combination. Alright, so those all look to be the same.
Somewhere there was supposed to be a secret.
Racket. We lost Treva. In the courtyard.
Blast it! She was our only way into the alarm systems.
I know. But I'm hoping these fine people can help us pick up the slack. Quick introductions. I'm Adi. This is Racket. Pretty sure we know who you are. But what do we call you?
Quite a pair.
I'm, Sahar.
Great. You probably noticed, but we're trying to get a lot of people out from under the tail of Yusindu, our esteemed employer. You also probably noticed it's not going well.
I don't want to be that helpful.
It's not like we're going up against insurmountable odds or anything. Outnumbered, outgunned.
Word's getting around. Some of our people back in town said that you were looking for a Mando shuttle. As fate would have it, you're after the same thing we are. More or less. The shuttle is in the refinery's hangar, the same place we're trying to get into. We've spent months working out a way to break in, but after that explosion, we're short
she
a
feels
lot
bad.
of the people we needed to make this work.
She should feel bad.
You help us see this through, and we'll all get into that hangar. Right to that Mando shuttle you're looking for. It would be impossible for us not to. Once we're inside the hangar, you get your shuttle, and we get out of here. I promise the only way we're getting in there is if we work together. Yusindu locked everything down once he realized we were fighting our way out. Like clockwork.
When Mandalorians showed up, we thought that was the end. Turns out they had nothing to do with Yusindu.
He locked up the Mando shuttle, the one you're after, in the refinery hangar, along with every ship, speeder, and cargo loader in the district. There are enough shuttles in there to get all of us out of here. Off Hutta. To freedom. We just need to get into that hangar.
You will. We'll help you. Right?
I like to. Your plan is just... I don't remember if that was an option on the other one or not. Probably 3.
You got a better idea?
If it helps, what we need to be done should be...
Yeah, I don't think that gave us anything new.
I'm great. You... Words and you... It would be impossible.
You right? What else are we supposed to do? If we don't help them, how many more people will die for us to get what we came for?
If it helps, what we need to be done should be very simple for the two of you.
The same can't be said if you decide to take on Yusindu and his infinite number of goons on your own. We need to get them out of the way.
We also need to make sure our people can defend themselves against any surprises that might be waiting in the hangar.
We've tried this enough times to have worked out all the kinks. If we're going to hit Yusindu where it hurts, we need weapons, explosives, ways to take out his fancy guards.
We really only need enough to clear a safe path to the shuttles.
We know exactly what needs to be done. We just need the bodies to do it.
And we need to help them stay alive in the process. We've got everything broken down over here. Give it a look when you're ready to get started.
I do like those two as a pair. Alright, reverse the gas flow. Get to the security center. Control the gong to initiate the system purge and recover weapons from guards. Alright, so we do have a recover weapons from guards, so we will be less stealthy and more combat-y in this one. Because I think last time we got most of that done before we even finished this lower level. And didn't even really have to go up to the upper levels, so... So last time we just kind of bounced our way down the bottom, I believe. That's the Gonk droid one. And then this takes us... Yeah, I think that's how we went last time.
We're off to a good start. Just need to reroute a few more pipelines.
Alright, let's rock and roll. So far, no resistance. Uh-oh, who are you? Sorry to bother you. I like once the dots get to rolling, these guys just melt. Won't do us any good to fight the chem lizards, so we'll skip. If we can. Hopefully this is far enough away. We don't pull aggro.
This is a lot of Tabana gas we're rerouting, right?
It sure is. And we're not done yet.
Alright, what's that one? False alarms. Okay. Let's knock this one out while we're here. Hopefully these guys also give us the weapons that we're looking for. I do like dot specs though. So you can see not a lot of damage, not a lot of damage, not a lot of damage. And now that we've stacked the dots and start releasing them, you can just see the just how quick they start to melt them. And again, I'm only fighting. We could still probably stealth past all these guys, but they're dropping the weapons that we need. So we might as well.
We can modulate the broadcast signal to sound like
Since we're in an instance, no one can take those from us.
Actually say the words. Any volunteers?
I'll do it.
I love this part. Star Wars has always kind of been funny and campy, and this definitely hits that nerve for me.
All right, you lugs. Boss says to clear out of the hangar, so get moving. Double time.
Well, that probably did it, I think.
I still think it's a great moment. I find it very funny. Nothing else, give the voice actors credit for trying to sound different. Okay, so if we look around, this will take us up into this courtyard, which I don't know. We will probably go up there just to unlock that in case we need it, but we don't necessarily have to go there. Yeah, it's...
This is enough.
Some people don't like it, but...
We don't need to build up this much pressure.
We do if we're going to blow
There's
up
a...
the whole refinery on our way out of here.
I'll let him quit talking for a second. But yeah, there's a silliness, a goofiness if you look at most Star Wars things, right? Like it's... Alright, that takes us to a whole nother section. So let's go get this other one done first. And I appreciate it. I like that aspect of it. Like the cantina scene in the original movie. Like, if you take that too serious, it's just weird. I like Star Wars that's weird. Doesn't take itself too seriously. Alright, let's see. Which one of these do we need to go into? We need that instance. Yeah, absolutely. It's arguably.
Only the maintenance droids can purge the Tabana gas from the pipelines. Look for
Oh, I remember this one. It's a little bit of a pain, but not hard. It's the fan base that tends to get a little more rigid. Like, there's something about the Star Wars fandom.
Pipeline scrubbers. They'll dump all the Tabana gas to waste collection. Watch out for Yusindu's guards. This is outside the
Okay, we can get somewhat close to them before they alert. Let's do a little testing here. As long as we're behind them, I think we're okay. Yeah, but if we get in front of them, they go into that alert mode. Alright, but as long as you get back behind him, you're okay. Okay. Let's see, we need to charge him up. But there's something about, yes, the Star Wars fandom that's like, all Star Wars has to be like it's some kind of documentary, you know, it's a little too serious. And I'll admit, I'm right there with many people. The amount of crazy stuff that I know about Star Wars, it might as well be a real space, but... Alright, where do we have... We do also have a little sprint here. Go, little man, go! Look at his little legs go. But yeah, if you get to taking it too serious, then... I think it sucks some of the fun out of it. Alright. We're going to be good unless they turn around. This might be an issue. Oh, no. He should go down the ramp. Alright. Oh, he didn't even notice me. What about his little friend? Let's see if his friend does. Nope. So I didn't notice that in the first run through. I wondered why only one of those had spawned. It's because the scrubber droid hadn't got to its spot yet. So we had to wait for that to happen. We've done much better this time than last time. Oh, do I do it? There's a part of me wants to see what happens if the guards find us. Because we actually pulled it off last time. I'm going to do it. Let's see what happens. Can I shock him? Three, 4, 5. Oh, I was still the gonk droid for a second there. That was kind of cool. Alright, probably a waste of time. But still fun.
Look for a maintenance terminal that'll let you slice into it.
But that's pretty forgiving. I don't think you honestly have to be all that careful in this one.
Activate the pipeline scrubbers. They'll dump all the Tabana gas to waste collection. Watch out for Yusindu's guards. This is outside the scheduled maintenance window. We'll know something's up.
So I think the first time I did this, I was way too careful. There's a lot of forgiveness in this one. So a little more aggressive this time. I'm kind of sad though he didn't just attack and blow up the droid. So there, you see where it said ready to deploy? The first one made it to his spot. So he's still working his way to his spot, which is probably that terminal over there. As is this one. So yeah, I'm gonna say he gets in that little thing there. And now we can deploy him. Whee! Some people don't like missions like this. I kind of do. I like something that's a little bit different than just fight, rinse, and repeat like you always do.
Nice work! We've got someone headed to waste collection to pick up the Tabana gas.
Alright. After that does happen, though, you always want to make sure you redeploy your companion when you do these. Like, if your avatar changes to something different, then it pretty much always makes it so your companion doesn't come back. Causes issues, so they make your companion go away. Alright, I think we can go this way. We need 2 more weapons. If things go well, this might be it. We're going to start going into stealth mode again. Yep, we got all of our weapons now. Alright, we'll just complete tasks. Bring weapons to the hideout, and then we need that last flow. So we can go ahead and stealth it up. And then I think we will still go up to the surface. Oh, see, get one of these where they force you to fight. Forcing my hand. I was gonna let y'all live.
Racket, please. This is too risky.
I know it is. But we need to hit Lucinda where it hurts most. In his bank account.
Our people can just as easily be caught in the crossfire of all of this.
Fine. But just remember, this could have helped everybody who was too scared to fight with us.
Alright, let's head upstairs. I think this will take us where I want to go. I probably should have looked ahead of time, but we'll see. Yep, this will work. So all we're doing here is, since we're already this close, I don't know that we need to use it, but I'm going to go make sure this quick travel is active. Just so we have the option if we need it. I don't remember having to use it last time, but... Alright, there we go. So now the question is... Yeah, there's not really a quick travel close. Now, I could potentially go get myself killed. Now, that's going to respawn me there. So it wouldn't respawn me down there anyway. So we'll go ahead and do it the old-fashioned way. We shall walk slowly while invisible. Not too bad. Whee! Stealth, unstealth. We are back. Did you miss us? Alright, so we'll turn in the weapons. I think they're all pistols, if I remember right. Let's look. Yeah, look at that. On to the next phase.
We're ready. We've never been so ready. If we don't move now, we're never going to get another shot like this.
Oh, there is one more thing. Sahar, can you take a look at the encryption tokens on our comm frequencies? We can't risk Yusindu's people slicing into our chatter. I get the feeling you know a thing or two about the subject.
Oh, of course. I'll be right back.
This has all been hard on her. Every thought in her head is darkened by our struggle. And the struggles of another.
What is he, Eddie?
But helping
Jedi?
people seems to mend her broken resolve a bit.
Everything you've done so far will slow down Yusindu's reinforcements, but it won't last forever. If we're gonna pull this off before the slug's backup can get past our defenses, we'll need to split up for the last phase of the plan. That means you're on your own. Can you handle that?
That's the spirit!
Audie's going to get the hangar's freight elevator up and running. That'll get enough people inside to overwhelm the security teams that are already there.
Which means more people on those shuttles, and more people out of this swamp.
I'll be running point on the turret defenses, making sure those are shut down before we get into the hangar.
You, my friend, have the most important job of all.
Sure.
Even when we control the hangar, our window of time to get out of there is too short. We can't manually input destination coordinates into every shuttle.
If you get into the control tower, you can transmit destination codes to everyone all at once. I'll send the coordinates once we're on the move.
I've done repairs on the control tower's console before. It can be a little finicky. Let me walk you through how to make it work if you run into any problems.
While you two do that, I'll go check on Sahar.
Here. Do not tell Audie I gave you this. Don't worry about it. Just put these coordinates into the control tower console when it's time. The shuttle coordinates Audie's going to send you, they go to Rhodia. He thinks we'll all be safe there, but the Hutts took him when he was a kid. He hasn't been back since. We won't know anybody. We'll have nothing. It won't be home. The coordinates I gave you will take us to an Evakai rebel camp on Hutta. I've already made contact with them. They're willing to take us in, if we pull our weight. Yeah, fight. They're going to train us. We're going to take on the Hutts. Take back Evakar. I don't expect you to understand. You don't see the things we see. You haven't had your home poisoned by a bunch of corrupt slugs. Please, don't make me beg. I can't run away like Audie wants me to.
Looks like everyone knows what they've got to do. Ready?
Time to go.
Hey, shout out to Nathan and Noah. Thank you for the donation and the message. Just saw it. It hadn't popped up quite yet, so very much appreciated. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's a whole new area, so. And unfortunately, there's no quick travel to it. Alright, so last time, we get a decision. I'm going to try to do, hopefully, the opposite decision that we did last time. That's our goal. I think somebody's been through here before us. The spawns seem to be gone. Oh, not all of them. They must have went north, where we went south. Yeah, that feels like death. We're not going to test that. Alright, slip into all these little broken passages.
We're throwing everything we've got at them, but the guards just keep coming.
I think these bodies spawned and fell. There looked to be a little bit of motion there, but... Alright. Probably didn't need to fight anything.
Open. No, we're trying. We can't bypass these lockdown procedures. I don't care.
Okay.
Blow it open.
I do have to defeat the raiding party, though, so no choice in this combat. Can't just stealth past them.
You coward! Snake!
Surprise! Oh, he's not in range. Ugh. Not the most efficient combat in the world. Alright, we'll dot this one back up, and then we'll dump on them here. So the second half of their health is going to go much quicker than the first half did.
How do I get past this door?
Find a way past the door.
I've got it. Incoming.
I guess that's one way. All right, reprogram the shuttles. I think we're going to have to fight these guys. So when presented with a group like this, this is a single target dot, this is an area dot, single target dot, area dot. So I try to stack them up so that this guy has 4 dots, they have 2. Because he has a lot more health, right? And then I attack this guy while the area dots and Sahar basically take those 2 guys out. There's no point in applying the single target dots to the normals because they'll die quick anyway. Alright, so this time we're kind of going to go with the... It might not be a bad idea to have in kind of our Alliance Imperial networky Sith intelligence mindset to train up a group of people who owe us a favor as fighters. So instead of just sending them to Rhodia to hide, we'll go ahead and do the opposite. We'll send them to the camp. I don't think it makes much of a difference. Maybe some emails we get later will be different.
I've got a problem here. There's a safety protocol that keeps overriding all of my attempts at overloading the turrets.
Same here. Every time I slice past the lockdown operation, I get a warning that the elevator can't run until the emergency systems have been turned on.
Are you kidding me? When did you Sindu install safety features?
I don't know, but if I don't figure this out soon, a whole lot of people aren't getting out of here with us.
And if that rotten slug gets wind of what we're doing before I knock out these turrets, we're all going to have a bad time.
Don't worry, we'll figure this out. We don't have time to reach both of them.
Never do. I'm pretty sure last time we fixed the freight elevator, our mindset being get as many people out as we could. And something happens, so we'll see if this is different.
Good. Hurry.
All right. You two get those guns offline.
We will. We've got this, Audie.
I know you do. I'll keep at this elevator.
Hopefully he pulls it off.
I've never seen anything like this safety protocol. There's gotta be a guard around who has the security code cylinder to turn it off.
I'll find one.
So last time, didn't we go up here? Yeah, I think I even mentioned it in the stream. Like, this is for one option, this is for the other. Do I need to get the cylinder out here, or can I get it down there? Let's go look down there first. Yeah, we'll just hope this guy has it. Surprise! Hello, my friend. Don't radio for help.
Racket, I have the security code cylinder.
Find a security junction. You can upload the code remotely to me.
You have to go back and look at the stream, see if we went up here the other time.
That's it. Security code uploaded. Racket?
Just a few more seconds.
Maybe not. Maybe it's the same terminal. They just changed the text. I don't see, or the conversation. Because I don't see a terminal up here. Interesting. That's the way we came up, correct? I believe it is.
This ends now, you miserable lowlifes!
Time to fight a hood.
Of the anti-dissemination droid are beyond your feeble comprehension. Ha! Now how do I shoot the blasters? Get flattened! Nope, wrong! Burn, peasants! Burn! I've never seen this button before. I wonder what it does. Guards! Guards!
I'll drop some defenses just to make sure that we live through this. That was a lot of... I don't remember that many ads hitting us in the other fight.
Where is everyone? Your proprietor has summoned you!
We're taking a beating here. Sahar, where are you?
There it is. We're so close.
Instruction manual.
But we made it. Definitely don't have the defenses or armor on this character that I do on Zack's, but...
We did it! This is it? This is everyone.
So this is different
We need to
than the
move,
last time.
Audie. Right. Let's get out of here.
So last time, again, if you watched the last stream, spoilers ahead, Addie got shot and dies. So the question is, he said this is it. So it feels like it could be one of two things, because we made two decisions that were different. We chose to not go to Rhodia, and we chose to shut down the turrets. So one of those two decisions lets him live. It feels like the fact that we chose to, I don't know, man, because the conversation is this is it. That's different because we didn't get all the elevators working as quick. But then this conversation feels different as well because we uploaded the wrong coordinates or the different coordinates. So
You don't have enough people to keep fighting against the Hutts.
What? What are you talking about?
We're not going to Rhodia, Audie.
What? Then where? Where are we going?
The shuttles are taking us to a rebel camp. The Evokai there are waiting for us.
I see. I wish either one of you would have considered talking to me about this.
We have to go. Now. Or none of this will have mattered.
You'll never make it unless the two of you work together.
Come on. I can't do this without you.
All right! I'm right behind you! You two better get moving.
I hope we did the right thing.
now I kind of want to do one. I'm going to have to get another character up to this story point. But I kind of want to do one where we fix the elevator, but send them to the camp so we can get a bigger army. Maybe I'll do that with my bounty hunter or something. None of those decisions probably have a huge impact on anything, but it's a lot of rotation in that ship. Now, I didn't want to know bad enough to go back and reset that mission and go through it all again, which we could have done, but if I was playing by myself, not on stream, I might have done that.
What's the plan once we're aboard? How do we find the holocron? Come on, Sahar. You've made it all this way. Don't falter now.
I know. I know what I need to do, just... After all that, so many were left behind. What if they never find each other again? I feel like we made things worse.
We got what we came for, Sahar. That's the important thing.
Right.
I need to know the plan, Sahar.
The systems access room is right next to the shuttle bay. We need to get to it fast. I have the codes to shut off alarms, comms, area restrictions, anything that could slow us down. And anything that can keep Hedda from sending the rest of her fleet after us.
Oh, disconnect. Well, we should be good for the rest of the stream. 2's usually what we get. Every 2 hours. 2 hours and 4 minutes, roughly. Every once in a while, it doesn't happen, so I don't know what's causing it. Oh, I like it lists me as in space. That was kind of cool. My location is space. Where will it actually put me, though? Back in the cutscene? I'm impressed.
What's
I figure
the plan?
I'd be standing somewhere.
We got
right.
This I have. What exactly are we up against?
We can handle it. I just need to make sure no one calls for backup or blocks off our only way to the machine.
If you do this, word will get back to Heta and your brother. They'll know it was you.
I know.
Come on.
All right, we are on the ship. This is kind of the last section of this story arc, so can we sneak in and not set off? See, so the mission is to defeat him. I don't see stealth detection on either one. So theoretically, the whole point of this mission is to... Oh, that one's got it. Okay. There it was. So you saw that we got basically ambushed. And he's probably this guy here. Critical chance increase. Got super stealth detection. Prototype stealth sensors make this enemy difficult to evade. Alright. Let's pay attention to our fight here. Hang in there, Sahar. You can do it. Notice, though, that we still haven't gotten credit for defeating the guards. So that's linked to these first two guys. And that's a story beat that sets off the alarms that kind of makes everything else work here.
Don't let them call for reinforcements.
I wonder...
They know we're here now.
We can shut off the alarms and systems access. Go!
Alright, I've got to try something. Hopefully this doesn't break anything. I've done this before and broken things, so... We'll see. Or if it even going to allow me to do what I'm about to do. and it won't let me do it. So I was going to try to reset it and see if it's possible to interrupt. I thought I saw a call for reinforcements channeled ability come up. Is it possible to interrupt that and not have the alarms go off? I don't know. And I'm not going to know for this run through. That's okay. My gut is probably not, because it would respawn these guys. We'll get this medic taken care of here in a second. There we go. Beautifully done.
Oh no.
What's happening?
My security code stopped working. Come on! Into the maintenance shaft. I can slice the comm channels from there.
It's a good thing she knows all this stuff.
I released the locks on every door on this ship. If they haven't noticed something's wrong by now.
Then we need to move.
Not until I shut down their comm channels.
She's a resourceful little Jedi.
That takes care of the alarms.
Whee! How much can we skip? Cutscene knocks us out of stealth.
It's her! Stay away from us!
No! I'm not going to hurt you!
I said leave us alone!
They're...
She and her Mando friends ripped us away from our lives, our homes, our families. Most of us didn't even know we could use the Force. And now you know what they're going to make us do?
Please, we don't have time to argue. Just come with...
So do we make our light... I think there's a light side, dark side decision coming up here. We're a little bit light right now. We've got 50 more. I keep this character as neutral as possible. But we won't make our decision based off that.
Mostly white.
I think I skipped a couple things.
No, most of us didn't even know we could use...
Please, we don't have time to argue. Just come with us.
Why should we trust you?
Good question. I'm still typing on my terminal there. Alright, so we're probably not going to go dark. 1 and 2, I think, give you the same thing. 1's just more, we're trying to help. 2's just more, do it or else. You're on your own. We'll stay light for this one.
It's not like we have much choice.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm torn because I haven't seen the dark side version, but it just doesn't really fit this character.
They mostly white.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get Bellatrix up to do all the dark side stuff. Like, he's through Runic, so I don't think it would take a lot to get him here. So that might be what we need to do. Don't know if I'll do it on stream, but I gotta kind of know. All right, we'll stick with this.
It's not like we have much choice.
Thank you.
So this is where, depending on your decision, like this adds a whole leg to this mission now that we have to do that we could probably skip otherwise. If we just walked away or went dark. Move it, people. We got to move it, move it. Hopefully they catch up. Are they still standing back there? I might have to go back and get them. I hope not. Hopefully there's a trigger in here that just moves it along.
Everyone, wait here.
We'll be back soon.
Yep.
I promise.
It's fine. Just hurry.
Let's see if we meet him along the way. I was hoping I could just fly by those guys as they were finding their spawn spots, essentially. Like, I got past those guys. Alright, so if you pick the dark side option, or even the... Let's see, they got stealth detection. Or even just the walk-away neutral option, I think this is essentially where you would start. So you could have skipped that whole section that we did there. Or if you use them as cannon fodder, essentially, you can make the combat go faster. All right.
Whatever you're doing, yes, Saha.
Actually, I think the final fight's over there. If I remember. It's a pretty tough fight, given it's just story stuff. I never get to like I never like to get knocked back too far away from the center. While I'm sure it probably won't happen here, occasionally if you get too far away from the original fight, it'll reset the fight on you. I would guess we're safe. Kind of going with the better safe than sorry approach here. Alright, moving forward. Oh, no stealth detection on that one.
Heta Cole built this.
Not just her. If I hadn't... This ends right now. We shut it all down. And without the holocron, Heta can't do this again.
Actually, you can hear the holocron, same datacron noise. That's kind of cool.
No!
I still don't like that sequence. Like, were we not paying attention? Didn't she guard my back? Where'd he come from?
Don't you dare
How did he sneak up on us?
Disgusting, worthless filth! I see what you are. You tricked Heta. Blinded her with your Jedi sorcery. Turned her away from me. Now you betray her! You betray me! This is why you came back. Why you couldn't stay away. There was still something left to take from me.
What did I take from you?
Everything!
I gave you everything. I turned my back on my friends, on my home, to find you. To fix a mistake that someone else made. I taught you what no one else would. I went against everything I believe in to follow your field marshal. I'm done, Rakan. Heta's not going to hurt anyone else. We're taking the holocron.
You said everything there is to say. Let's finish this.
Go. Now. Rakan, you're going to die if you keep listening to Heta. And for what? Will she even notice? We can fix this. Both of us.
quite an axe.
Rakan! Stop!
You're always weak, Sahar. You can't even face me alone.
All right. That's a good line. That's always one of those funny things that in a lot of the fights they talk about, I'll take you or I'll challenge you. And then your companion helps out, right? Like, I'm going to challenge, like the Untamed on, we should probably pay attention. Onderon, like you challenge the Untamed, to combat to show your worth. But you do it with a companion.
Reactor core defense systems have been initialized. Reactor core containment systems damaged. Electronic outflow incidents may occur. Reactor core containment systems deteriorating. Urgent repairs necessary. Reactor core containment systems. Meltdown imminent. All hands abandon ship.
Things are going from bad to worse. Again, that is quite the axe. If he hit you with it, the thing is splitting like the ground.
Please!
Ooh, that feels like it would hurt. Time for phase 2. I do kind of want to do this with a Force user though, because that scene would have been awesome with 2 lightsabers.
There will be nothing left of you.
So we are now on a platform, so we want to keep track of the knockbacks, make sure that they don't get too crazy. Doesn't look like they're too bad. He retargets.
Nothing left of you.
That one might be a bigger knockback, but the cone one, he moves to continue facing me, so moving out of that one doesn't do us any good.
Enough! You're not leaving this ship, even if I have to destroy it.
He's at 1, so. Cutscene time.
Rakan!
Use the Force, Sahar.
Rakan!
Sahar, we have to move.
No! Help me!
Alright, so we help Sahar. Again, we're probably not going to go dark side here. But we help Sahar with Zaximus, because that's who Zaximus is. He's a hero. This guy, not so much a hero. So, mission first is this guy's idea. So we're going to go get the holocron, and then we'll see what happens to Rakan.
Hold on!
Did I stick it up my sleeve there?
Hurry!
Yeah, that's similar but different. In the save or help Sahar version, we helped him, he got up, then we got the data, the holocron, and then he chased us to the door. He force grabbed her, because he is force-ish. He hasn't trained, but the end result is we've been separated, just differently. So yeah, so in that version, we saved Rakan, then we grabbed the Datacron, then we ran away, he grabbed her with the force, and then the collapse happened. So, same result, different path. But we are now on our own. Can we pull the... Yeah, all of our companions are locked, so we can't even use a companion. Will the fire burn us? It will. Ooh, actually pretty severely. Is it stackable fire? Doesn't look like it. Oh, there it is. We can self-heal faster than it hurts us, at least up to 6. We're good up to 8. We're starting to lose ground. Alright, so we can't self-heal at 38,000 a second. I'm actually excited for the next cutscene that's coming up as well, because I found that one awesome. So this is different mechanic. Definitely one that we've not quite seen before. This whole flying over the expanse on a jetpack. I like it, we're just flinging them. I like when we fling them forward. Like, the physics of this crack me up. Like, I'm gonna fling you forward. Like, it would make sense to be like, here, let's come over here. And then, well, this would be jarring. It at least makes physics sense to fling him up. But like this guy, if we back up here, we shoot our line forward and then shoot him up that way. Doesn't make a lot of sense. But it'd be a pain if they made it so you had to be facing the right direction and in the right location to complete this. That'd be a little bit overkill for immersion purposes. And you can just skip it as well. That was just a bonus mission. So.
Thank the stars you made it back!
I appreciate you not leaving me behind.
It was close, but...
Oh, the other thing is we didn't have the Mina conversations in this one because I think we saved her in the Kessen's Landing stuff. So that's different between the two playthroughs as well.
This is going to be close.
I don't know if it goes directly into the next cutscene, but if it does, this one's awesome. Not this part.
Yeah, but how long before those Mandalorians track us down again?
I can't believe the wayward Padawan had it in her to actually strike against the hidden chain. Where is she now? She's of no further use to us, and she cannot be allowed to return to the Republic.
These feel new.
It was chaos. We got separated, and I'm not sure she made it out alive.
No great loss. Let us consider that loose end secured.
Yeah, that was a little different.
Is anyone hurt? This is...
Yeah, I quit.
Dead, I hope. The ship was destroyed and she didn't make it out.
No great loss. Let us consider that.
That would be the same.
This is going to be...
Yeah, I quit.
The ship fell apart. Saving her wasn't my priority.
That's actually accurate.
No great loss. Let us consider that loose end secured. After all, she was nothing more than a means to recovering Darth Nul's holocron. Where is it?
Right here, of course. Whatever Malgus and Heta Kol had planned for this, it's ours now.
So much worry and irritation for that. And now you simply hold it in the palm of your hand. I trust that it will soon find its way home to the Empire.
The holocron will only be safe with me. There's always the potential that someone will try and follow in Malgus's footsteps.
I don't necessarily disagree with your estimation, but others will. You should prepare yourself for that eventuality. As for your esteemed guests, I expect you will take them to Korriban immediately.
Once we arrive on Odessen, they are no longer my concern. If you want to take them to Korriban, it will be your responsibility. If you can find them again.
I am insisting that you reconsider. We are at war, and on the verge of another front opening up before our very eyes. Now is not the time for such selfish obstinance.
Okay, that's roughly the same. Like the Jedi side of that was like, or the Republic side, you know, you want to help them. And the Jedi's like, we don't think we can. And so we ended up just letting them join our alliance, but...
The ship fell apart.
No great loss.
Right.
Right, so that's accurate so far.
I secured it. I'm keeping it.
For now. As for your esteem...
They need training. The Sith Academy is as good a place as any.
An austere assessment, but I am pleased that you agree. I will personally ensure Overseer's ascent.
That feels like my dark side answer right there. I do think I might have to give Bellatrix up to this point. I don't think I have a Force user this far in the story. I'm trying to think. Runic, I think, is as far.
The ship,
because I have a Force user.
We'll need to have as many eyes on this as possible. It's too important not to.
Indeed. As for your esteemed...
They're coming with me.
I am insisting that you reconsider. We are at war, and on the verge of another front opening up before our very eyes. Now is not the time for such selfish obstinance.
Is that all?
I think we'll stick with that. I have no loyalty to the Sith per se. I'm Imperial Intelligence, or was Imperial Intelligence. Alright, this is it. This is the fun. This is a great cutscene. I'm just going to not talk through it. Actually, I might want to clip this out, so I'm going to remove my cursor when that part comes in, so that it's a little bit cleaner.
Yeah.
Right, what? We'll need to have as many eyes on this as...
Indeed. As for your esteemed guest...
Alright, so we'll go ahead and now let the next part of the cutscene play through, and I'm going to mute so that it is nice and clean.
They're coming with me.
I am insisting that you...
Is that all?
Jakaya, I owe you an apology. With the first whisper of betrayal, you said to rein in the clans. I should have listened. But I'll cut you a deal. You don't say I told you so? Then I won't either. We needed someone suited to all the practical nonsense of leadership. I told you that wasn't me. If Hedda continues, we lose everything. All of us, the Republic and the Sith, will destroy the Mandoade no matter whose banner they carry. Shielding us from an outside threat, ensuring our future, is something I can do. It's what I will do. I need to stop Hedda, and there's only one person who can tell me how to find her. The reason that Sith Bezpetrash ended up in her hands. said so, Jakaya. I hope you understand.
Gotta say, I still love the cutscene. I think Kyler brought it up last week. The Cyber Amon cow is pretty cool. Okay, that clears 7.5 on the Imperial side. So we've seen both the Republic side and the Imperial side. Let's check our inventory, make sure. Yeah, one thing about doing story stuff, and we stealth through a lot of things that affect it as well. Definitely not near as much stuff. But let's go ahead and clear this up a little bit. We'll sell off our junk. What are we at? 247, 567. Still made money, even with that little bit of loot. Okay, I think that's going to be it for this session. So we've now completed the 7.5 story on both Republic and Empire. Saw some of the different choices. Not all of them. I think a third playthrough, maybe even a fourth, but a third playthrough to kind of do some of the different combinations to see if it has an impact. Also some of the dark side choices to kind of get through those things as well. Why is this one? There we go. Okay. My stream's view was a little behind. Couldn't figure out why. But yeah, it'll give us that last view. So I might take a look at Bellatricus, see where he's at in the story. Like I said, I think he's just at the end of Runic, which means I'd have some stuff to do. I think he still had to do Kessen's Landing. Maybe some of the flashpoints and stuff. But that might be something I play, and that might be something we do off stream as well. Next week, we'll probably check in on our final check-in for the Spring Abundance Festival. I think it was slated to run 4 weeks, and we're going into week 4. So that'll be the last week of that. Hopefully next week we'll be able to make some progress on our Basilisk droid. I'm not sure I'll get through all 15 of the missions in the next 2 weeks, but potentially by next stream we might be able to get the next level of upgrade, get him up to 6. I think it's just a matter of getting the right missions, so we'll see how that goes. With that being said, I want to thank everybody for joining us. As always, your support is always appreciated, both for the channel, but also for the Extra Life charity raising that we do. Thanks again to Nathan and Noah for your donation for today. Got us up to 535. So we are, I did the math earlier, a couple hundred, 240, 200 and some away from our 8,000 in lifetime total donations. So thank you to everybody who has supported this over the years. This is year 4, I think, for us. As far as raising money, like 5 or 6 as far as participation. So with that being said, as always, we hope everybody has a great week, great rest of your weekend. Happy Father's Day to all of those out there that do celebrate it. But I think that covers everything. So as always, go watch, play, or create something great. Have a great week, and we'll see you all next week.